All right, it's 6:30. I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everyone tonight to the planning meeting here at the city. We're here to carry out the city's business tonight. If you would like to speak tonight, we're going to allow you to speak. We want to hear from you. I don't know if everybody's here for the same meeting as far as the Cherry Lane project. If you are, we are going to have a time limit tonight, and I would like each one of you to respect the time limit. Last time we had a 5 or 6 hour meeting, and I don't mind staying that long if it justifies that. But if one person's already talked about your concerns, please keep that in mind. And we've heard that. And if you've got something new that you would like to add, great. We want to hear from you. Having said that, we will do a roll call for confirmation of a quorum. Mr. Bailey?
Here.
Mr. Benesh?
Here.
I'm the chair, Dean Moore. I'm here. Mr. Chrisman?
I'm the vice chair. I'm here.
Mr. Bias? And John, like to welcome you to the planning board, our newest member.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. All right, if everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of last month.
I move that we approve the minutes from last month's meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right. Justin, we're going to shuffle the agenda tonight, like I discussed with you earlier. Number E will be number 1. Number F will be number 2. Number G will be number 3. And under number 7D will be number 4. Then we'll go to Mr. Cox's request to be number 5. And then we'll hit the Cherry Lane, starting at the top, ABC.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's proceed.
Okay, so your first item of business is for a proposed text amendment, AM 2202, which is an amendment to the Development Ordinance Section 10.251 to add standards for recreation and amenities as it relates to development. So staff has proposed the language in your packets to create standards for recreation and amenities to be required concurrently with construction of proposed subdivisions of 5 or more units. Amenities required are based on a point system that's tied to how desirable the amenities are to the city, and the number of required points is tied to the number of dwelling units and the size of the development. And so in your packets, you do have this information, and we have previously discussed this, so I will entertain any changes you might have or any discussion that you might have on this.
Thank you. Originally, I talked to Cameron at the last meeting about tying this in with the open space. And I don't see anything mentioned in here about the open space.
So we didn't have a lot of direction on how necessarily to tie it in, because really, although there are some similarities, this one is more tied to the intensity of a standard development, whereas the open space provisions are tied to those subdivisions where there is a particular amount of unusable area in the subdivision, and to try to come up with what we would consider to be usable open space standards for those areas. So while there are similarities, they are pretty much completely different types of ordinances. So this would be more applicable to a standard request, like an R12 comes in 250 housing units, and it's not an open space subdivision. And as of right now, they're not required to put in any sort of amenities for its residents. So this is trying to establish standards to say, hey, if you're going to put that kind of density in Graham, then you need to give something to your residents in return. And that's where these came from. So.
And I agree with some of what you're saying there, Justin, but something in here that concerns me a lot is that payment in lieu.
So
See-
that is a standard practice. It's required under state statute 160D that we have to allow payments in lieu for certain requirements or exactions, which this would be. So while we're authorized to create exactions that are relative and, relative to the development for which they're being done, we have to allow a payment in lieu option, just like we would with sidewalks or anything. It's under the bond and performance guarantee program.
And certainly, I agree with what you're saying there, but we're going to take someone's money for a subdivision and move it to somewhere else in the city. That's like an overreach of the government in my eyes.
So it doesn't get moved. So the payment in lieu is, in fact, in this case, it has to be used for amenities that are being used for this subdivision. So any exaction has to be reasonably associated with that development. We can't all of a sudden go in and put a new school on the other side of the city and charge this, as part of the recreation amenities. This would have to go into a recreation amenities account. And then that basically they're saying, we don't want to pay to put them in now, but we'll pay you instead to not have to put them in, and you guys can put them in later.
But are you going to put it in that subdivision?
It should.
No, so you're,
So that's where it would have to be done on internal purpose with staff is we would have to work with the recreation department and say, hey, anything in this account that's created needs to have a line item. That line item needs to be specifically done for this subdivision.
that's one of my biggest concerns
Mhm.
is moving that money somewhere else, going back to water course down here on 54.
Yeah.
Was supposed to put in a walking trail, bridges and
Mhm.
sidewalks, and they done a payment in lieu, and there's no sidewalks, no bridges, no walking trail. And where's that money?
And that, I don't
Somewhere
know.
else in the city.
Hopefully not.
So if we're requiring a
Unless it's in the
developer,
sidewalk fund, it should be in the sidewalk fund.
but we're never gonna put that sidewalk in, that's why he done the payment in lieu of. They were saying it wasn't, that it wasn't feasible that he could do it.
Yeah, so, so you could, instead of a payment in lieu of dedication, we could require just a performance guarantee. That way they put up the amount, it's specifically for this development, and we've already got language in other parts of the ordinance. We would just say performance guarantee required if improvements aren't to be put in concurrently with subdivision development.
I could be good with a performance bond as long as it was used for that property.
It would have to be, yeah.
Is there a guarantee that there will be space available in that property?
Yes, so as
Okay.
part of the design, they still have to design the subdivision to incorporate these amenities. They're just saying, we might want a final plat and sell all our lots and not build these amenities. But instead, we'll put in a performance guarantee, which expires at certain points. If it expires, the city can call it and say, okay, well, you haven't put it in. So city's calling the bond, you need to go put it in now, or we're going to take that money and we're going to put it in. We'll hire a contractor and we'll put in the amenities for the amount that you've specified in the bond. Their engineer prepares a statement, certifies that statement under seal, and then 125%, that's to protect against inflation and other things, goes into this performance guarantee. And then the city has the opportunity to call the bond if there's a non-compliant or if they go out of business or whatever might happen. It's a protection measure to make sure that it actually gets put in.
How long is the performance bond usually set for?
Typically, they're 1 year renewable and 1 year increments. However, there's 3 different types. There's a surety, there's a letter of credit, and then there's a performance bond, and each has its own stipulations as far as what the expirations are. So,
I would think we want the most secure.
well, the state
We do want
allows them to pick whichever one they want. We can't specify that
Okay.
you must do a surety or must do a letter of credit. We have to say you can do any one of these, but you have to put up a performance guarantee.
But we can put a standard in here that has to be implemented within a time limit.
I would think so,
And
yeah.
here's an example is the Challenge Golf Course
Mhm.
was a PUD development built 20 years ago, and the amenities hadn't been put in yet. There was a bond, the road finally got paved a couple years ago, 3 years ago, the road finally got the second top coat of asphalt. So if I was to agree to any of this right here,
Mhm.
I want a time limit on it within a couple years that phased based on number of lots or something to phase it in where we can get it and not keep renewing the bond.
So I would think you could tie it to 50% of the COs in the development being issued or something like that, rather than a specific number, you would just say a specific percentage. That way it would tie to any development that would come in.
I'd like to see it less than that
Okay.
because if the economy changed like it did back then and it was bad times.
Yep.
That's why it sit for 20 years.
Right.
So,
And that happened a lot.
and it happens a lot. And so
happened
I'd
in my
like
own
to see that threshold, a whole lot lower than 50%.
So performance guarantee instead of the payment in lieu, and we've already got language for that. So we would just refer to that section of the code. And then what percentage of lot development or COs would you be looking to do?
I think if it's a large enough development, they're going to do it in 3 phases, say. That, okay, when the second stage is completed, the first stage should have the amenities
I
already
wouldn't tie
placed.
it to phases, because then the first phase could be 195 units and the second
Oh.
phase could be 5 units. And
Okay.
then you'd be like, well,
I'd do it on a percentage. I would. think
I
it'd be
agree,
fair.
because percentage will tie to any development.
Okay,
Say 1/3.
So a third in each third, so much of it has to be brought in. So if you have a 200 lot subdivision,
How about we say 30%?
30%,
Mhm.
okay?
We don't want to end up with an odd number. Okay. And is that tied to a CO or is that tied to
COs.
building permit?
CO.
Okay, got it.
Any further discussion about this particular item?
Yeah, I have a quick question on the same topic. We're talking about the being tied to a development in the verbiage, though it says within a 2-mile radius of the development.
And which section is that, please?
That is under section I,
Okay,
toward the bottom of that second paragraph.
so that's
Third paragraph.
that's still in that payments in lieu. That whole section I is going to go away. So we're replacing that with a
Section I is totally going to go away.
gone. We're going to replace it with the performance
good.
guarantee provisions instead.
Okay.
so the enhancements will be within the confines of the development.
What's that?
So,
Yes,
okay.
based on the performance guarantee, yes.
Okay,
Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make that motion then that we adopt this provision, this verbiage change with a performance review, and eliminate section I in accordance with the 2035 comprehensive plan.
I have a,
So I'll make that motion.
thank you, Mr. Chrisman. I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
That's a good change.
does that carry with it the 30% that was mentioned?
Yes, sir, with the 30%.
That's a good change.
All right, Mr. Chair, next on the agenda is another text amendment that was tabled from a previous discussion. Staff's proposing the language in your packets to create standards for exterior lighting throughout the city. Graham currently doesn't have any measurable lighting standards, and this is going to protect adjacent properties. Most importantly, when there's residential within the vicinity of a commercial or industrial development from light trespass and prevent over illumination of sites, which we typically find in cases like industrial or automotive sales, things like that. So that's what the intent of these standards is.
Do you have an example in Graham that we can refer to?
Let's see. No. Cameron, can you think of anything offhand?
No.
Cherry Lane would be a great example if it goes through.
How many complaints since you've been here, have you received about light pollution?
We don't receive complaints, so those would go to inspections. I'm not aware if they've received any or not. Jimmy Lloyd would have to answer that question.
I don't know if people know they complain about light.
But basically, look, in a nutshell, what we're saying here is that, and this is standard modus operandi in most, if not all, jurisdictions in North Carolina, is to say, we're not going to have more than 0.2 foot candles of light at the property line. Because if you get beyond that, then you start illuminating the adjacent properties. So, and we're requiring minimum standards for security lighting for pedestrians and for, to protect, automotive vehicles from being stolen, things like that. We're requiring a maximum of 15-foot candles. And that's a pretty bright size, 15-foot candles. Stating that lighting needs to be downlit, shielded, basic things. We don't even require lighting plans at this point. So we don't know what kind of light intensities we even have at this point. Because right now there's no requirement to even have a lighting plan.
We're fixing to create a lot of non-conforming uses, though, aren't we?
So those, we don't amortize nonconformities as far as lighting unless it goes defunct for more than 180 days, or if it's completely damaged beyond, then they would just have to come into compliance like any other new business would. But there's always going to be nonconformities with any ordinance. But we're not going to go out and shut people down because we passed an ordinance. That's not the intent. The intent is to say, hey, for those of you who are coming in new, or, your building burnt down and, a new guy came in and wants to put up a different business, then you need to give us a lighting plan with your regular site plan that we already require. And say, hey, let us take a look at and just make sure we're not over illuminating the world here. I will also mention that we exempted certain businesses to allow up to 30-foot candles for things that might be more light intensive. So banks with freestanding automated teller machines, motor vehicle sales, fuel stations, correctional facilities, recreational fields, businesses and institutions in the courthouse square historic district. And that's a security measure to protect those businesses and what's inside, and also the surrounding property.
Let's talk about the flashing lights on the side of these warehouses.
Okay.
What subsection have you got that in this ordinance here?
Let's see. So it says, well, one of the things we've got is in the nuisance flare section. All outdoor lighting should be designed, installed, and maintained in a manner which does not present a disabling glare hazard to drivers or pedestrians, and prevents nuisance glare on the neighboring properties or into the night sky. Glare control would be accomplished primarily through proper selection, application of lighting equipment and shielding, fences, vegetation, similar buffers to reduce glare. In reviewing the lighting plans, the permit issuing authority may consider the impact of lighting on neighboring properties based on state of hours of operation, topographical differences, and other considerations. So I think there's quite a bit of language in there that we could use to point to flashing lights. There's also things in the sign code if it was a flashing sign that we could point to.
So, but does this leaves right much room for interpretation? For
There is room for interpretation on some of these things. When it looks like it's going to become a problem, that's when we say, hey, can we work something out where, we have concerns about this, or have you considered this in the design of your lighting plan? And then we can try to work that out. Our goal is always to work with the developers. We're not here to shut anybody down. We're here to help them through the process to be able to get what they want, but also to protect the city.
And I certainly agree with you. I just don't like the overreach and we
Understand.
tie in people's hands. And then we write an ordinance that potentially leaves a lot of room for interpretation. And anytime there's interpretation, there's always going to be multiple opinions.
So keep in mind, the permit issuing authority being the planning department, if there is ever an aggrieved party, they have the right to appeal.
To be right.
And that's why we have that process in place, so. But if I could, if you look through our development ordinance, there's a million spots where it's open to interpretation, including every single permitted use that's on that table. And part of that's designed to provide flexibility on the city's behalf, not to overreach. Because if we're so rigid that we have no flexibility, that puts us in a really difficult spot when somebody comes in and it's slightly different than what the ordinance is. We're trying to say, hey, does it meet the intent of the ordinance?
Okay, is this a solution looking for a problem? Or is this preventative measure to avoid problems?
I would say it's the latter.
So an anticipatory move of,
So the kind of development pressure that Graham is currently under, it's just a matter of time before somebody comes in and wants to light up the night sky, and then we start getting rampant complaints. Right now, if we get a complaint, what's our answer going to be? There's nothing we can do because they don't have to put in a lighting plan. We don't have any lighting standards. So I'm sorry, you'll just have to deal with it. That's not a good way to do business, in my opinion. We try to find balance. So we want to protect residents. We also want to make sure businesses can do what they need to do.
and with the open to interpretation aspect in here, that gives you leeway to work with and negotiate with the builder.
Developer, yeah.
Developer,
So
yes.
that's typically how we want to proceed through our TRC process, is so that we can, work with them, not just say, well, it says this and the answer is no. We don't want to do that. We want to say, well, let's see if we can find a way to say yes, or let's see if we can find some common ground.
So you're not going to go out there with a little light meter and put it on the ground and see what the,
The only time we would have to do that is if we got a complaint.
okay.
But if we institute this ordinance, then the goal is to avoid getting complaints. The goal is to say, okay, well, your maximum lighting standards are 15. So unless they're going in and putting in, 30 or 40 or 50 foot candles, ideally we wouldn't get any complaints.
And this would be done through the technical review committee, the
Correct.
TRC. Okay.
That's correct. It would just be another single page on the site plans. Basically, it's a photometrics page, and they would provide the fixtures and the photometric diagrams, and then there would be the little foot candles marked on the plans, and then we'd just review. It's basically just looking at numbers.
So is this going to affect the streetlights that are presently paid for by the city?
Streetlights are not impacted by this ordinance. This is related only to private development.
So any new developments that the homeowners association pays for the decorative lighting, it don't apply to them, correct?
Doesn't apply to any lighting within the right of way.
Mr. Bailey? Mr. Ganesh?
I have no questions.
Christmas?
I think that this is a good preventative plan to anticipate future problems and future growth.
Mr. Bass?
I believe growth is coming and is here, and future problems are going to be coming, so it's better to cut them off before it happens.
I would agree with that.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
let me
Mr.
ask a question. You referred at the outset to flashing lights. What do you mean by that, or what is covered? What do you describe?
On a lot of these new facilities where loading docks are, there is a red and green light that alternate flashing to instruct the driver when to stop or whether to proceed back to a dock door. That was the lights that I'm referring to.
And what was the answer in terms of how is that covered, if at all?
So
Be classified
Yeah.
as a nuisance.
if it becomes a problem, then that's where permit issuing authority would work with the developer to try to find a solution such as shielding or finding another means of lighting to be able to handle those items. So
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, I think you or somebody mentioned the word sign in the course of it. Does this apply to any kind of signs?
it does not. So the sign code has its own sets of lighting provisions in it.
All right. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. We approve this as presented based on the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan, other jurisdictions and best practices.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. The next item is a proposed amendment to Development Ordinance Section 10.252 accessory dwelling units to create allowances and standards for accessory dwelling units in single-family residential zoning districts. This is text amendment 2204. This was tabled from the January 18th meeting. So we currently do not have any standards to allow accessory dwelling units, and staff is getting complaints on this and on a regular basis. People who are moving into town or who already live in town, aging populations, people want to be closer to their parents, or older generations want to be closer to their children. And one of the most economical ways to do that is to allow an accessory dwelling unit on the same piece of property. And so we're trying to establish some standards to allow that, basically. And so that's where this text comes from. And what we're saying is that no accessory dwelling would be allowed on the same lot as any duplex, multifamily, or townhome structure. It's only for single family.
Could you walk us through the specifics of this?
Yes, so the first part of it is accessory units and freestanding structures. So that would be in a garage or in a site-built secondary home that's detached from the primary dwelling unit. And so basically we're saying that the lot has to have access to a public street, can't be landlocked, can't be accessed only by easement. There's only one accessory dwelling unit permitted per lot, whether within the principal dwelling or a freestanding structure.
What do you mean by within the dwelling unit?
It more applies to the next part of the section, but we'll get to that.
Okay, 'cause I didn't understand that.
I got you. Structure containing the accessory dwelling unit must meet the applicable primary building setbacks that are established in the ordinance. The existing primary dwelling may be non-conforming in regard to building setbacks required in the zoning district, as long as the accessory unit conforms to all the primary building setbacks. So,
Could you explain that?
so let's say in the historic district, for instance, you want to have an accessory dwelling unit, but your house is too close to one side of the lot line. It's actually within the required setback for the R10 or R12 district. And so you wouldn't, if we didn't have this in there, you would not be able to put an accessory dwelling unit because you have a non-conforming structure. However, what this is saying is as long as the accessory dwelling meets the standards of the ordinance for setbacks, then you could still have one, even if the primary dwelling does not. Because there's a lot of lots that were created over time where they don't meet the setbacks. So we're trying to be cognizant of that, where we can allow people to still put in an accessory dwelling unit, even if they have a somewhat mitigating circumstance. So, and then I know, let's see, where's the next one? All structures containing dwellings have to have municipal water and sewer, and they have to be on their own separate meters. What that is to protect the person. Let's say let's say it wasn't for your parents. Let's say you were wanting to rent it out to somebody. What this is saying is that while they're on their own separate meter, that means they're responsible for their own water, sewer, power bill. So if there's a leak or something going on in there, the primary dwelling unit owner doesn't have to pay for that bill, basically, is what that's saying. So it's a protection measure for the owner of the primary dwelling against what the accessory dwelling might be in place of. So
But
Next
there-
one, I think there was some discussion on, I think we can be flexible on this. I picked on 800 square feet because I think that's typically about where these will fall in size, but I recognize there might be bigger cases. So I have it written where it's the accessory unit does not exceed 50% of the heated living area of the principal dwelling unit or 800 square feet, whichever is less. But again, we're open to numbers on that. If you guys want to look at that. It has to be constructed to state building code for 1 and 2 family dwellings. That means they can't use a shipping container. They can't use a mobile home as a secondary dwelling. They can't use a shed as a secondary dwelling. It has to be a site-built structure. It could be a modular also. Modular would meet 1 and 2 family building code. So next section, manufactured home, shipping containers, RVs, temporary structures, storage buildings, and similar structures should not be permitted to become accessory dwelling units. There has to be a sufficient off-street parking to accommodate 2 spaces for the principal dwelling and 1 space per bedroom in the accessory unit, which could include garage spaces as well. And then they have to tell us where their solid waste and recycling containers are going to be. Units that existed prior to the adoption of this section that don't meet the provisions can continue as legal non-conforming uses. And then any accessory units to be rented or leased on a nightly or weekly basis shall not create significant noise, traffic, or other undesirable effects that would not customarily be associated with primary single-family residential use. And then the second section is the exact same set of standards. The only difference is it's where it's like a granny flat on the back of a piece of property or in the basement or something like that. Just has to have its own keyed access, and it has to be it has to be separated. So it has to have its own kitchen, sleeping facilities and things like that. So everything else is pretty much the same.
Justin, why would we want to require a separate water tap and separate sewer tap when we've got lots in the city right now that are not serviced by sewer? So you're going to require someone to put a septic tank in, that extra expense, if the tank that they have presently upon the property would accommodate more bedrooms, why could they not use it?
So, yeah, that's a good point. Again, it's to protect, septic's different. This doesn't even anticipate septic, and I should have put that in there, but this is more intended for in-city, properties where they have access to sewer, because that's where your density is going to be. And it's to try to say, well, we don't want the secondary dwelling, basically, if they get a leak or a leaky toilet or bad tenant or something like that, we don't want their build to impact the primary dwelling and then get the whole service shut off because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
But I mean, I live less than a mile from City Hall here, and I've got 6 acres in the city
Right.
that's not serviced by any sewer availability
Right.
other than a septic system.
So we could put in here language regarding septic systems that says the septic system would have to meet Department of Environmental Health standards for the number of bedrooms proposed combined of the 2 dwelling units.
But if we're going with an accessory building on the same lot,
That's what this is.
it's going to be the same owner.
Mhm.
So most likely we're talking about an in-laws quarters,
Yep.
or
Typically,
I hope we're
right.
not talking about a B&B, but I guess we
No.
could be.
So, yeah, so it is so hard for us to enforce Airbnb that I wouldn't even bother trying to this point. I mean, we don't have the staff to do it, just to be honest. Because you almost have to stake out to figure out if it's an Airbnb. So this tries to anticipate that, yes, there might be an Airbnb in here. But if there is, then it can't generate traffic noise beyond what a regular single family residence would be. And then, so it's just a matter of how you want to work it as far as the septic language goes and the size. I know the size was an issue.
A quick question about
Sure.
lot size. Do you have a minimum lot size
The
in
minimum
mind
lot,
for this?
not for this. So this is in any single family residential zoning district. The minimum lot size for those districts is required as part of the zoning, within the development ordinance. So if they're zoned R7, minimum lot size 7,000 square feet. If they're zoned R12, it's 12,000 square feet and so on.
But if you've got a detached garage, then you can put a second floor on it.
You could, as
And-
long as it
and-
meets 1 or 2 family building code, yes.
Okay,
And a lot of people do that.
yeah, for a mother-in-law suite, but mother-in-law's not gonna live there forever.
That's right.
So the extra sewer tap and extra water and electrical meter is to protect the owner of the original property.
That's correct.
And suppose Mr. Ward wanted to, at some point in the future, subdivide his property, build additional houses. This would not have an effect on that.
No, not at all. Subdivisions handled under a completely separate part of the code. But if it's built to 1 or 2 family, if it's built to 1 or 2 family building code, then it's just going to become a conforming lot when they subdivide it, as long as it meets the setbacks from the new line.
I'm concerned about requiring people to pay for that extra sewer tap,
Mhm.
pay for that extra water tap. And we're getting into a civil issue to begin with. If you don't like who you rented to or whatever, there's a civil process to follow. To get them off of your property, and the same with the tenant who lives there, there's a civil process to follow. I think requiring that you have to have these separate meters.
So what we could do, Dean, is, so the city has its own internal policies about water connections and sewer connections. We could just default to those and remove that portion from this part of the code if you'd like.
And if,
That'd be the simplest.
as long
way
as
to
it
do
meets the North Carolina building code.
That's right. That's right. So
So
that's
the
perfectly fine.
Inspections are going to look at it anyway, whether you connect.
That's correct. And whatever water and sewer, water utility requires, they have to do. So
Because there's still lots here in the city that operate off of wells with no
that's right. That's right.
city connection. And then I'm concerned about the 800 square feet.
Yeah, so we could up that to 1,200. But typically you're not going to have more than 1 or 2 bedrooms in these units.
I'm the non-typical person.
So typically,
I want 1,600,
how much?
1,600.
1,600.
Mr. Chairman, but the description did not match what the words say. As I understood Mr. Snyder's description, if you had a larger house, you would have could have a larger accessory building.
The case in this case, Mr. Boney, is that it says whichever's less. It
Well, I
was-
know that's what I'm reading, but I
And
thought the way you
it's
described it, it could be larger.
No, I was saying they may want it larger. There
Yes.
was previous discussion. So what I was alluding to is what their previous discussion was we might want to make these larger than 800 square feet as the minimum allowance or maximum allowance, I guess, what it was.
And that's where I was headed to. I just wanted to put a maximum of 1,600.
Or a maximum of 50% of the living area of the principal building.
Don't like
I
that.
don't like.
No, I
that.
don't.
I don't
So,
like that.
so how do you want to read?
16.
The
Just-
maximum.
Just maximum
Maximum
flat
1,600.
1,600 square feet. So forget the 50%.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we're gonna, of course, change the sewer
And then, yeah, that
And the
Connections.
water.
and water taps.
on both, yeah.
Yeah, sewer and water.
So F will remove. Okay. And this would be 1,600.
I don't think there'll be many built to 1,600, but
Probably not, but flexibility is good.
I might want to build a barndominium.
But that's all I've got for you, sir.
Mr. Huffines,
Do we have an opportunity to speak to any of these?
These are public.
Come on up.
yes.
come on up. Be glad.
I can speak here. Just have a question.
No, come on up. I want to make sure that the clerk can get all of this.
Chad Huffine, 2198 Cherry Lane. Just a question about the terminology of easement access to the public right of way versus direct access to the public right of way. There's a farmhouse in the center of a 20-acre farm. The farmer has to drive through there to get to his house, which is separate, usually because of financing purposes. He has an easement across his farm. How does he then get back to the roadway? Thank you.
It's a good
Thank you.
question. So so in this case, it has to have direct access to a public street. Cannot be a lot that was created off an easement only. But in the city of Graham, we no longer allow lots to be created off an easement only. They have to be either a flag lot with a 30-foot wide flag, no longer than 300 feet. And it has to be a minimum size of 1 acre, or it has to meet the typical lot frontage for that district. Now, the exception to that is a lot that's created by It'd be created by a deed when somebody passes away. And then, heir property tends to get a little fuzzy anyway with a lot of things. But what this is saying basically is if you want an accessory dwelling, you have to have direct access to a public street.
If you have property that is landlocked,
Yes, you would not be able to have an accessory dwelling.
but he has an easement,
Still not be able to have one. But we
still
could-
can't
but
get
we
to that
could
property.
easily get rid of that provision as well.
Let's get rid of that provision.
I think that's
B.
What do you think about that?
I don't like that.
I don't like it.
I don't like I like I have a lot. When I came in town, my lot behind me had an easement to it going through my garage. And that would allow someone to build something back there without any approval and would let someone build something out there with just parking on the street. And that just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, so there is a consideration now. If somebody has a prescriptive access easement, basically you're going to allow twice as much traffic to go on that easement as would have previously been permitted otherwise. So that could create some rifts between
But
owners.
it wouldn't be an accessory building then. If there was an easement that goes to a lot behind your lot, you're not building an accessory building on your lot.
That's correct.
Wait, what?
I mean,
If
what
it's, if
Jerome is
it's
talking
an empty
about.
lot in the back behind my house,
Empty lot is
Right.
different.
okay, that'd be different.
This is talking about where there's already a primary building on the lot. On a landlocked lot where you only got access by an easement, what they're saying is you should be able to let somebody come in off of that easement for the secondary house as well.
All right. Do we have many of those in town?
Anyway,
Landlocked lots?
oh yeah,
with-
they're all over the place. Yeah. there's
With
a
an
bunch of them.
easement.
You can't create a new one anymore, but we've got a bunch that were created prior to the development ordinance. And the scenario Mr. Huffine gave is a common scenario as well, where you've got 20 acres, but you only want to put a mortgage on 1 acre with where the house is. So that way, if you foreclose on the house, then you still have protection of your 19 acres or whatever, where they don't take everything from you.
Okay.
Because most of the values for the structure is not where the land is.
Come on up, Mr. Cox.
Jason Cox, 200 North Main Street, Graham. I'm going to steal Chair Ward's comment and say for the untypical possibility, I noticed it was a mention of townhouses. Now, I know obviously a townhouse in and of itself is probably going to be governed by covenants for an HOA or so forth. But that said, in my opinion, a townhouse is a single family dwelling. And I'm just wondering, in light with the scenarios that were posed tonight, is it the intent that someone who owns the entire lot of a townhouse with a rear yard, front yard, et cetera, they would be precluded from this based on that? Just wanted to raise that to your attention.
Thank you.
And the answer is yes.
It is. Anyone else? Any further discussion? Discussion between us?
We dropped out the sewer tap, the water tap,
Water and sewer taps,
increased the size of the lot.
1,600.
increased the size of the
1600, that's
building.
right. And then the discussion was if we want to remove the EG, the lot may not be created by easement only or be landlocked portion of. So it would say the lot has the lot could have access to a public street is what it should say. That's it. Just the lot will have access to a public street.
Mr. Huffines, come on back up.
I apologize. Maybe I should change the scale of the conversation. A 10.01 acre subdivision is outside the subdivision regulation. So then easement would be used to access the size of that lot. It could be surrounded by 40 acres. Then you would find yourself with a principal residence that does not have direct access to the public street, but still has to get somewhere.
We just took care of that. So what we're saying, Chad, is that it's just going to say the lot has access to a public street.
Either by prescriptive easement.
However, anyway, fly a drone there. As long as you can get to the public street, you're good.
Mr. Bailey?
We're gonna take out water and sewer.
Because we would have to put a water meter in. We would have to put an electric meter in as well, right?
So what we're saying is we'll take that out and just let the utilities
Let the
deal with
utilities
that with
deal
their own
that
process.
inspection. Okay,
Take all the utilities out of it.
okay, all right, that's what. All right, let's
And
write that.
if you could protect yourself by insisting it was in there, but if it's for mom, then you go cover it. So it depends on what your long-term plan is with accessory units.
See, that's what my concern is. Like, if I had mom in there, I would foot the bill.
Sure.
But let's say mom passes, then I want to rent it out, then I want a separate meter, because I don't want to be responsible, like you said, I want the protection.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want,
So I think what we're saying here is we would leave it up to the property owner to decide if they want a second meter for that second
Gotcha.
unit.
okay, that's what.
All right, I'm gonna take the consensus of the board to open back up the public comments and give everybody one more opportunity before I close them again, if it's okay with this board.
That's fine.
Is that-
Hugo Kreischer, 2005 Cherry Lane. So the question that I have is, if I have a 10-acre property and I want to put a mother-in-law suite on my property for my mother-in-law, am I restrained in regards to the max square footage being 1,600 feet? I can't do any more than that?
That's correct.
That's correct. You can't do any more than that.
Back.
So then you could subdivide it and you could do it the way
That's
you
right.
want to
So
do
if you
it.
subdivide it, you could have.
But I
as
don't
big
want to
a-
subdivide it because then that's going to increase my tax base because there's going to be 2 lots, correct?
It's going to be 2 lots, correct?
So I'm stuck at 1,600 feet based on what's being
Well,
recommended.
right now, you're stuck at 0. You can't even have one right now. So
You're not allowed
if
to
you
do
want
anything
one,
right
you
now?
have
You
to,
can't have anything right now.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
So we're trying to create standards to allow them at all.
But I want more than 1,600 square feet.
You must love your mother-in-law.
I'm
All right,
looking
thank
for
you.
a son-in-law right now, so.
And I,
We just went from 800 to 16.
and I want more than 1,600 feet, but I'm at a happy medium. Anyone else for the last call here? All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing again. Now, go back to discussion here. Jerome, you got anything further?
I think 1,600 is a general, is a generous plenty. I like the number M, that protects us from the Airbnbs, which we really can't control. It seems like a good ordinance to me.
Thank you.
I'm fine with the adjustments that have been made.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chrisman, anything further?
We've hashed through it and I'm satisfied with the adjustments.
Staff got anything else they'd like to bring up about it?
Nope,
All right,
good to go.
I'll entertain a motion. Okay, Mr. Chrisman, go ahead.
Go on, Mr. Christmas.
1,600, I make a motion to accept the ordinance as presented with the exception of a maximum of 1,600 square feet. The option for the owner to include water and sewer, the utilities rather. What's the other one?
I'll just take all the utilities.
And it's just access to a public road. It doesn't say what type of access, just access.
Access to a public highway, public road,
Road, yeah, don't say highway.
and the rest of it be as presented. That's my motion.
And
Oh,
I'll-
in accordance with Graham 2035 plan and best practices from other jurisdictions.
and I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Motion carried.
Good work.
Okay, Justin, let's move along.
All right, the next item is for a revision to the East Gilbert multifamily that was approved last year at the end of the year. This is for Ben Green Hyconic Holdings. It's a request to amend the approved conditional zoning on the subject property to change the lot and street layout and add 2 single-family homes and 3 additional townhome lots. The original application was approved for 46 townhomes and 118 single-family lots with numerous conditions. Project's expected to be built out in phases. Staff is supportive of this design where the higher density is clustered in the center with the less dense single-family units located towards the perimeter. And the TRC has preliminarily reviewed the project, and the remaining comments are minor. However, staff did have 3 additional conditions to recommend in addition to the 4 that were approved as part of the original rezoning. And those conditions would be, number one, paved access should be provided to the dog park that was approved as a condition. The playground equipment and access thereto shall be ADA accessible. And that no access easement for lots fronting, or that there be a no access easement for lots fronting along East Gilbert that shall be recorded prior to approval of the final plat. And they have made most or all of those changes on their site plan. So I don't think there's any issue with any of those conditions. So
Could you further explain point number 3, please?
point number 3, so let me see if I can pull the site plan up here. It'll be easier if I show you. All right, so you see these lots here along East Gilbert, that'd be lots 102 through 117.
Right.
What we're saying is that there should be a no access easement along East Gilbert. So these lots cannot access directly onto East Gilbert.
Well, they don't
Otherwise,
have a driveway on Gilbert.
you're gonna have
Street.
30 driveways in a row on East Gilbert. So
Okay.
we want access to be interior to the site. And so that's what it's saying. Now, that's how it's gonna develop anyway, but you know how things happen over time. So it's just a condition to protect the city.
Okay. Is the petitioner here?
Good evening. Good to see you, Chair Ward and members of the Planning Board. Amanda Hodiern. My offices are at 804 Green Valley Road in Greensboro. That's 27408. And if I may approach, I've got some materials for you all.
Have you opened office in Alamance County yet?
The site plan in here is just an updated version, to Justin's point, was showing where we've met some of these conditions that were remaining from TRC, and we'll walk through that. So I believe most of you probably remember, as Mr. Snyder mentioned, this is something you've seen before. This was approved by you all in October of last year, I believe, and then of course approved by council. So we do currently have approved conditional rezoning on this property for something very similar, for 118 single-family lots and 46 townhomes. Because your conditional zoning process does require this site plan component, which is a protective measure that if you ever want to change that, you have to go back through this process. And that's what's happened here. As my client Lennar has tweaked and honed in on their design plans and got more in the field and gotten more information, they have tweaked their layout a bit. And that's caused the site plan to change and brought us back through this process. So the end result is a slightly different layout that will yield just 2 more single-family lots to take us to 120 and 3 more townhome lots to take us to 49. So, I submit to you that the intent and the goal objective here was not to add a lot of density or gain units. It was just to get a better design and layout. And we think we've achieved that. We now have 15.10 acres of open space as opposed to 12.3 in the previous plan. And I think you'll notice in addition to those 3 additional acres, it's also a lot more thoughtfully laid out, more usable. It's more intentional. If you look at the plan in your booklet, you'll see that we've got a nice amenity area that really gives a nice sense of community to the entire neighborhood right at the entrance, where we've got the dog park located. We've got the mail kiosk with very accessible parking. We've got some open fields for, passive, spontaneous play. We've got nice open space areas at that main entrance to the north there that will help establish a nice sense of place without homes, right, without lots right there at the immediate entrance, so that we can put our nice signage, nice landscaping, and just have a little bit of an entryway there that can help provide a sense of arrival. Similarly, at the southern entrance, we've got a nice open space area left there for the same type of treatment. The other big improvement to this plan, you might remember there was some discussion the last time you saw this about platting lots all the way into the floodplain. and how that might work out. And as we went through TRC, we'd probably need to tweak that. Well, we ended up tweaking it before we got that far. So this new and improved plan has the lots drawn up all the way out of that floodplain to the right-hand side of the plan as you look at it on paper. So now we're staying out of that completely. And that just allows a little more control and protection to that environmentally sensitive area. And we don't have to get into those steep grades over there and wonder how that might work out as we get down the road. Some other improvements as we've, since we are farther along now, we've been able to show on this site plan a lot of things that we accomplished by condition last time we were here. So before you said, we want a condition for a dog park, we want a condition for a playground. Well, now you can see that those things are actually on the site plan. If you flip to tab 3 in your booklet, you can see some detail on that playground. Also, there's a greenway connection and commitment made here. If Justin, if you could scroll up a little bit on this site plan, see here that cul-de-sac all the way at the top of your screen, you'll see drawn, and if you want to look in your book, you might be able to see it better. You see a label there for it says 10-foot asphalt greenway trail and public access easement and 16-foot public access easement. So what that is you've got a dedicated easement for public use that follows your sanitary sewer easement all the way down that creek. That'll go into your greenway network here with the city. And then privately, we've also given you a 16-foot connection so that you can come up that little cul-de-sac and then walk over to that greenway. And then from there, head wherever your greenway goes through town. So that's now shown on the site plan. We've talked about the dog park. We've talked about the playground. So I think with this plan, we've been able to go into a little more detail and show you visually how those things are going to be accomplished. The 3 points that Mr. Schneider mentioned, wanting that those are also committed to here on the plan. Let's see, I'll walk through those quickly. I can find my staff report here.
And while Ms. Huddington is looking for that, I'll just mention that on the screen, the left side cul-de-sac on the revised plan is actually shown to be a stub out, which was one of the main concerns that we had last time. So they have made that connection.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you for showing that. That was a condition last time that now you see followed through upon. And we do still have to have the caveat that if the gas company doesn't let us cross that easement, of course, we won't be able to do that. But if they do let us, then this is how that would be accomplished.
Amanda, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
While you're still looking. So if the gas company does not allow you to cross easement, your other street also crosses that easement. Would that mean that you would lose all those lots up there as well?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, because that's less intense and we're losing lots, that would not have to come back before you. Is that correct?
We'd have to look at it. Because I think right now, any change in density has to go back.
Okay. Which one? You want to talk about the streets?
Justin, you got an updated map that you can put up there, because what she's provided us shows the stub.
So
Goes stubs.
we're going to come back to that street stub in a second, but I did just want to finish my thought about the conditions. We are showing now. We are showing paved access to the dog park. You can see that at tab 1 on your site plan. We're showing the playground equipment and the access to it. And you do see that no access easement for lots fronting. That's the question that was asked at the top of Justin's presentation. So that's on our preliminary plat here and would be carried through to the final plat. So there's certainly no problem with those 3 conditions. And this is Charlie Oakley. He's with my client Lennar. And I think he wants to speak to the street stub out scenario.
Right.
Please state your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. Name's Charlie Oakley, 1100 Perimeter Park Drive, Suite 112, Morrisville, North Carolina, 27560.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Specifically to the question about that stub out to the north and then that cul-de-sac, with the condition number 9, which I believe was added by the board when we were here in October. That's what that condition was about. I think was if we can't make that connection, originally, if we can't make that connection because the gas company says we can't cross, then we can't make that connection. That's what that condition did. So with this revised plan, we felt like, well, we'll go ahead and take advantage of going north. And if the gas company tells us no, we'll have this condition that says they told us no, so we can't go north. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, So the only way you would have to come back now, if the gas company says, no, you can't cross our easement, it's going to impact actually 2 of your roads and 6 of your lots. The 6 lots is where the concern is. I'm not sure under our current ordinance that we can administratively even allow a reduction in density. I think any change in density is how it's written right now is subject to going back to the board.
Okay, if this was in a separate phase, like phase 2, and we,
Well, I mean, if you phased it and then phase 2 changes down the line, then you would have to come back to change phase 2, obviously, but.
Or if we shaded them differently and labeled it differently, because I think if we have an open discussion about it now, I think that's what your ordinance is trying to
Yeah,
accomplish.
so we can't label them differently because they are proposed lots. You can't, there's no other way to label them. If you want those lots, you have to call them lots. I think what Charlie has said is probably the best way to do it is to phase it.
Okay.
And that way you can go ahead and plat phase 1. And then if there's a problem with phase 2, we can deal with that later. Or there might be a text amendment that gets passed at
Mhm.
some point that allows the reduction in density to be an administrative
Okay.
change. So that's definitely gonna be the easiest way to handle it.
and just to put a little foundation on this, we're fairly certain we're gonna be successful with the gas company engineers, had some preliminary conversations. We just want to make sure that we don't have to come back a third time if we can avoid it.
Understood?
The only other little change since you saw us last, we have tweaked the elevations a little bit that would be going in here. So that's at tab 2 in your booklet. And this is just, passage of time. Lennar has sort of modernized their lineup and their offerings. So this is a, more on point with what they would do here now. And actually, I think it's an advantage to Graham. This is a lineup of homes that they're not building a lot in North Carolina. So it'll be something unique and different that someone couldn't go down the road 50 miles and find the same thing. So that's a little bit of an upgrade that just timing wise worked to your advantage. So I don't want to belabor this too long since you've seen it before and I know you've got a long agenda, but I'll be happy to answer any questions. And of course, Charlie's here as well to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I don't have anything.
Any questions, Ron?
You actually answered the questions that I had.
Any questions from the audience? Thank you. Thank you, man. All right, pretty straightforward. I like the change that they done. Well, I do like that change.
We put, it was conditional rezoning and they met all the conditions and then some.
Yep.
I have no problem.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Then I'll make that motion again. Nobody else will. We have approved this as presented. And of course, it was a Graham 2035 plan, land use policy 4.3.1, housing variety 5.1.1, diverse neighborhood policy 5.2.1, and multi-generation housing policy 5.2.2,
And can we add staff's recommendations?
and staff's recommendation.
All right, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, John. I think that was the last one, John, of the new business. And we'll look forward to seeing you more often and welcome to the planning board.
Thank you very much. Mind if I just stay up here and listen?
And I don't have a problem if you, Justin, is that okay if he sits right there and just listens? He won't participate? That's fine. Okay, let's move along.
Okay, so next is an item under old business. This is a rezoning for properties at Maple and Market Street, 302 North Maple, 203, 207, and 213 West Market Street. The request is to rezone from R7, which is high-density residential, to a B1 Central Business District. Surrounding zoning around these properties is B1, B2, R7, and RMF, which is multifamily. Surrounding land uses, single family, office, vacant, and business. This is approximately 1.15 acres. It is accessible with public water and sewer. And so on the future land use map, this is shown to be downtown residential, which lists among its uses neighborhood oriented commercial, Small professional offices, live work units, home occupations, all provided they do not generate excess traffic and parking. Given this location, the likely development patterns in this area, central business does appear to be a compatible use in staff's opinion, provided that the off-street parking needs can be met to serve the proposed uses on the property. And one of the other things, if the rezoning is approved, staff would just simply ask that the applicant reach out to Preservation North Carolina or another agency about the potential for possibly moving any historic structures, which would be those built prior to 1972, off the site for possible preservation. And if that's not possible, then to allow Preservation Salvage to come in and try to salvage any of the historic fixtures that might be in any of these structures prior to demolition. So staff is recommending approval with the caveat about the off-street parking. You can see the sites here.
Mr. Cox.
Once again, Jason Cox, 200 North Main Street, Graham. In keeping with the prior month's request of the planning board, I had hoped to be here in front of you today. In keeping with that request regarding a conditional request, which would have been mentioned by Mr. Crispin. Unfortunately, we learned as of Friday afternoon that we are unable to do so due to some procedural issues that were overlooked while we were working with staff on that potential conditional rezoning. Just want to be clear for that as to why we are here back again with a B1 request instead of a conditional that had been prior mentioned. Now, at first glance, I'm sure that a delay of another month or two may seem relatively minor inconvenience. Unfortunately, due to prior delays on this specific matter, we are approaching timelines which extend far beyond what would be typical or what would be considered typical or to be expected for a project such as this. Our original request was actually prepared in June and was submitted before this board in July 20th, 2021 meeting. As it stands, we have worked on this application with the heirs who own this property for some 8 months, meaning 9 months by the time we have an opportunity to approach council. Due to differences in the interpretation of current city ordinance between the prior planning director and our current planning staff, we were unable to reapproach the respective boards with this revised smaller project for a period of 6 months. As a result of that, obviously, that added additional significant personal strain on these heirs as the resulting property owners who are seeking to do what they are able to do with the property that has been given to them. Also, it is my obligation to represent their best interests. So I'm here tonight asking again for that B1 request with the lowered intensity or scale of the project, directly in keeping with this board's own requests some 7 months ago. Also, I have provided each of you a copy of the letter which was read by Cameron at last month's meeting that I was unfortunately unable to attend due to state health guidelines. It was recommended that I not attend in person. And of course, no remote option was available for me to speak to the board. So I just want to be clear that had I been able to do so without a threat to public safety, I would have been in attendance. That said, it was tabled and it was asked that I return. So I'm here to answer any questions that I'm able to the best of my ability.
Mr. Cox, what are y'all proposing to put in this B1?
Mixed
type of
use,
business?
mixed use, predominantly residential. The size of the lot would greatly limit any sort of commercial use. For example, on the eastern portion of these parcels, I think the total depth is 105 feet approximately. By the time you allow for expanded sidewalks and street trees across the frontage of the two corners, and then also the required setbacks for the residential lots, the footprint is pretty limited at that point. You're not going to be able to put a large footprint building or probably even a single footprint building in here. What we would envision is a series of smaller buildings kind of in keeping with the form surrounding, but allowing that mixed use. I have no interest in building a 4/1 podium building. It doesn't interest me.
And how many stories are you proposing? In a B1, you potentially could go up to 5 stories, correct?
Absolutely. And I know that comes up quite often, and I'm sure we'll touch on a similar question regarding parking. I would just point out to the board that there's an extremely big difference between what is possible or permissible and what is practical. The reality is, especially in our market, the quote unquote build it to the sky option is not financially feasible. Rents in Graham, North Carolina would not allow me to build a skyscraper on the corner of Maple and Market. Realistically, for us to not have an elevator in the building means 3 stories. So more than likely, we're looking at approximately 3 stories.
And how many dwellings would you say that you was going to have in this building approximately? I know you can't hold you to it, but
Extremely approximately, and I'll also just preface to say it's not extremely, it's almost impossible not to wind up back here with variance requests at a later point. This is simply the very first step that we must sort of cross in order to give the heirs an opportunity to proceed forward, as I've been contracted to do. In terms of number of dwelling units, my estimated density is probably high 20s. And it obviously depends on the unit mix. So we can't currently know that. And unit mix will dictate things such as parking.
the president council that we have now is a pretty stickler about on-site parking.
They are, sir.
And do you have the ability to have on-site parking?
We absolutely do have the ability to have on-site parking.
But B1 zoning doesn't require that.
That is correct. So to revisit my earlier comment on what is permissible versus what is practical. Were we a community that had rapid mass transit, we would be having a completely different conversation today. We live in a community in which a car is unfortunately effectively required in order to go about your day-to-day business. The free market argument here is if we attempt to build something that does not provide for those residents in the market that we are in, it'll never get built, quite bluntly. The very same is true for neighborhood businesses. If we're unable to provide sufficient parking, they won't rent the building. If they won't rent the building, then we won't be able to finish it.
But B1 would allow a bar to be in that building too, would it not?
It would under the current uses, yes, sir.
Along with many, many other uses. Do you have any particular use that this project may be eyeing?
Yeah, so again, I'm going to refer back to the limited space, the parking requirements, budgetary obligations, and then sort of constrictions of the lot. By the time we provide sufficient parking for the approximate units that we just discussed, we cannot build a lot of building. The reality is the commercial uses here are going to be limited predominantly to some sort of smaller scale neighborhood business. Now, for clarity, under the current table of uses, the B3 zoning, to be honest, is not really suited to quote unquote even neighborhood businesses. B3 as it's currently written in Graham is effectively to address the hair salon in a house. But the general footprint of the businesses we're looking at are going to be small scale retail, coffee shop, sandwich shop. Although again, to be honest, parking may make that not possible. Offices are an obvious possibility. Services, some form of medical is always a possibility, but unlikely in that location.
I feel challenged.
So do I, sir.
I feel challenged because I hear you saying that you can't have businesses because there'd be problems with parking, but we're suggesting having 20 houses in here, 20 residences in here, and yet there'd be parking.
Correct.
So I feel challenged by there's 2 stories going on here. So where's the parking?
It would have to be on site for us to meet the market demand in this particular market.
Yeah, but the problem is that B1 zoning doesn't require that.
That is correct. Back to my comment about what is permissible versus what is practical. It is not required, but if you look at the city's lots, there is no nearby public parking. There is no nearby lots. If you look at, for example, a project on Marshall Street, there are in fact nearby public lots. The same is the case for Main Street where my office is. There are 2 public parking lots within 100 feet or so. That is not the case for this parcel. We simply will have to provide parking or we will be unable to finance or build the project.
Then why not come back with a conditional rezoning?
The answer is that we have been delayed multiple times, as mentioned, including the procedural issues that
Well,
caused us.
the first time you delayed, if I remember, one of the property owners included in the plan said he didn't know anything about it and what.
You're thinking prior to my involvement. That was actually even further back than my involvement.
Right, when Mr. Drumright said, what are you doing with my property?
The one that he had just sold unbeknownst to the other parties that he had been in agreement with, yes.
Okay.
And just for clarity to the earlier, because you did mention why not come back. Some of the, if you look back as I have at the comments that were prior made, both by council and by the current planning board or a majority of the planning board, The concerns that were explicitly raised were largely revolving around two houses and their potential historic value and the general size of the project. The size of the project as provided is effectively and sort of in keeping with the letter I provided you last month. It is what the planning board and council asked us to come back with, sir.
Justin, what is the front setback on this B1? It's 20 foot. One of them is,
If I think it's the residential on B2 is 20 feet from a residentially zoned lot. It's 10 feet on a B1, if my memory's right. I'm sure he's checking. Also for clarity, almost all frontage that would be adjacent to a currently R7 lot are owned by the same parties or related parties who have supported this from the beginning. There's not a series of neighbors that we are disturbing.
So to answer your question, there is no front setback unless it gets to be beyond 50 feet in height. Then it's 1 foot of setback for every 2 feet of height over 50 feet.
okay,
But you would find with this type of mixed use and in the growth management plan that it's more desirable to actually push the buildings closer to the street and put the parking behind it rather than have the parking be directly on the street. So I think from that purpose, it makes sense. And then the side yard setback, it's 10 foot when you're adjacent to a residentially zoned lot. And then same thing with the rear.
So what's an example of a 50-foot building that we have in our area?
I don't know. I'm not even sure if the courthouse reaches 50 feet.
Jail?
So that's got to be like the closest one at the courthouse that I can think of. Anything downtown probably close to that, too.
Yeah, you're not going to find a lot of 50 feet tall buildings in Graham because like Jason said, the market just doesn't support it
But a jail would probably be.
Today,
today. Now in the future, we might see them.
we're rezoning this not just for today, but for tomorrow. From now on. And then we're rezoning this for something we don't have a contract saying this is exactly what's going to be built.
Correct. We cannot require conditions on a standard zoning district, only in a conditional zoning.
This is next to the planned the future land use map has this across the street as being a business district. I'm assuming that that was done with lots of statistics and estimates of what we would need at that time period, and lots of work was done to and data was used to produce that. What do we have to suggest that we need to expand our business district further than that? What
So-
data do we have for that?
The excerpt that I read you from the growth management plan text directly states that although it says it's a neighborhood residential type use, among the uses that would normally be found would be a neighborhood business type of use or a live work unit, mixed use development, all of which are in line with what Mr. Cox is saying. His vision is for this property. Now, it's not saying there can be zero business, there's a line drawn, anything above here has got to be residential. That's not what it's saying. What it's saying is it's a transitional zone from that more intensive business to the residential area. So the logical transition would be some sort of live work unit to bridge the gap between the two.
We're rezoning this without that condition of it being a transitional type building. This is
That's correct. It could just be a standard business, just like anything else.
but where does it stop when we extend the B1 zoning further and further from Court Square? Originally, the B1 zoning was 1 block from Court Square.
That's
Where
right.
does it stop? If we approve this, then how much further are we going to allow it to continue into the south or to the east, either one?
Yeah, and that's a consideration. In this case, one consideration you do have is you've got industrial zoning nearby, you've got multifamily, you've got B2 right across the street, and then you've got a relatively busy thoroughfare along which these lots would be fronted. Is residential the most suited use? I'm not sure that it is, but that's the struggle, is to try to find, hey, what is the right use for these properties? And that's what makes this such a complicated case, is a case could be made either way. Mr. Cox's point is an excellent one, that live work makes a lot of sense here. Business along a major thoroughfare makes a lot of sense. Office makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, to Dean's point, how far back do we encroach? I mean, is it just gonna be along the frontage of the road? Is it gonna start, working its way back? And that's where, as a planning board, you have to try to find balance.
And I would just like to add, this is a conversation I had with our prior planning director. It's a conversation that I've had with current planning staff. I welcome the point when the city has more direction and more certainty in that, because to be honest, actually, as a developer, certainty is what we want. We want direction. Absent direction, we are sort of foundering, is the simple truth. I realize that this may not technically apply specific to the rezoning, but I have been before this board and I have conducted other projects that I would hope would at least show that while yes, we have the opportunity to do whatever we want hypothetically in a many distant future, that has not been my standard practice.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Yeah, but Mr. Cox, we have to protect ourselves from other people than you.
Yes, I have to leave tonight too, sir.
Yeah, and I hope you understand that you have to look at best case scenario that, okay, I'm going to put in off-road parking. It's going to be behind the building. I'm going to head in the buffer. I'm going to have the trees, the street trees. But that's not required by the zone.
And unfortunately, my response is I am incapable of managing the city's growth plan.
But that is our responsibility to make sure that the city grows in an orderly fashion.
Yes.
And if we give this property B1 zoning, worst case scenario is you're 10 feet off the road with no parking at all on the lot. And so it had to depend on street parking, and it's parallel parking. You get 6 cars in front of that lot.
Correct. But practical is not there.
I'm not saying we have to be practical.
I understand. I am here before you because, again, what I have presented in line with my letter is exactly in keeping with what was requested prior. It was asked that we not touch 2 specific homes and that we reduce the intensity. And so that is why I'm here before you this evening. I believe it was quoted, and there was a comment earlier of couldn't say it's not a reasonable request, and that we have the zonings that we have surrounding. And that I would also point out to the board, I am not attempting or requesting a B1 rezoning in front of a beautiful brand new multi-million-dollar subdivision. I'm attempting an investment in an area that quite bluntly has experienced disinvestment for decades.
Anything further for Mr. Cox? Thank you.
Justin, Did you bring up the future land use map for downtown? So we can see in a larger version of it to see
I'm looking at
where
it.
we're growing and where we are? Please, thank you. I guess I was thinking that as we're discussing where we're going, how we're expanding, where we're not, and patterns and sequences, that we've, in past conversations on this board, we've talked about expanding the business district in all kinds of odd ways, and we haven't been very, doesn't seem very intentional or consistent. And I'm wondering if we're getting ourselves into a problem at a later date.
That's about the best you're gonna get right now. But this is basically the central business district. These properties are literally right across the street.
Now, we're also talking about going up Marshall Street partially too, right?
You're looking at going east.
Yeah, that's-
further east on the Pine.
I was looking at this and thinking about what Dean is saying, like, how far are we gonna expand past the boundaries of downtown?
Originally B1 was designed for the downtown district, one block from the courthouse in each direction. And that's what the B1 was designed for. I'm not saying that it can't be changed, but I'm saying there's a better zoning approach, a conditional zoning to achieve what he's asking for without extending the B1 district further.
I think you're right, and at least a general B1 rezoning is, I don't feel comfortable with that in this situation. Also thinking about the size of that street and street parking, awfully close there.
Okay, let's let the rest of them talk, and then we'll have our discussions. But thank you, Jerome. State your name and address, please.
Good evening, members of the planning board. My name is Melissa Barnes. I'm at 602 Providence Road. And I just wanted to make my comments about this particular project. I am not for it. I walk on this road all the time. When it comes to disinvestment, while I agree that the area has suffered disinvestment, I have not seen any invitation by the community to think about what the use would actually be. I do think that the growth plan, based on data analysis, looking at forecasted projected growth, is a better means of making these decisions rather than by piecemeal, because you run the risk of having others ask why not I as well. And that street is a nice, quiet street right now. It is a way to get to downtown as a pedestrian, actually, without any noise or any interference by cars. It's safe. And so I would, without knowing what the use is, and I think that's a real big problem, not knowing what the use is and having this B1 designation that gives carte blanche with the kinds of business that can actually be there that might not be supported by what's there right now, I don't think is a good idea. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Boney?
Mr. Chairman, maybe I missed it. It was stated that there was some sort of procedural impediment to Mr. Cox revising his proposal to be a conditional use request. But I have somehow missed what is the procedural impediment that is preventing that.
So that was an interpretation of the section of the code regarding decisions on rezoning amendments, basically stating that you could not reapply within 6 months for a denied rezoning for the same zoning request. And the interpretation was made by this staff that despite the fact that it was fewer properties, it was the same request as the previous request, and the portion of the properties that encompassed that request were still involved in the subsequent request. That's why there were 6 months of waiting
And
period.
the earlier one was conditional.
The earlier one was the same exact request. It just had 2 additional properties involved.
So I'm still missing why then, if it's different from the earlier one.
So the interpretation was made that it wasn't different. It was the same zoning request for the same pieces of property. So he took out 2 other pieces of
I
property,
understand that.
but then there were still the exact same requests for the exact same other 4 pieces of property.
Isn't that a question of why the proposal is before the board at all?
What do you mean?
Well, in other words, if you're prohibited from coming back within 6 months with the same request, and you're saying this is the same request.
He
minus
waited
2
his 6
lots,
months. Yeah, he waited his 6 months. And that's why it's back here now.
But I'm still missing why a conditional is somehow prohibited by virtue of that.
This isn't a condition.
This ain't a conditional.
I know,
He
but you
did not
said-
reapply for conditional. He applied for B1.
I understand that, but as I understood it, he said he was willing Friday to have it be conditional, but was told somehow that it's
So,
not allowed to be.
There was concerns by the city attorney staff that it could violate procedural due process to change from a B1 to a conditional rezoning without re-advertising the public hearing.
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Planner, you can correct me. My understanding was as long as you went down in your restrictiveness, down not being as restrictive, that was allowed. It's only when you make it more lenient.
Well, who's to say how restrictive a conditional rezoning would be? Because what if you come with a conditional multifamily? Would that not be more restrictive than a B1, or would that not be more intensive than a B1? I think in the opinion of our current city council, it most certainly would be. So that gets into the question of who determines what's restricted versus what's not. And I think that's what the attorney's trying to say is it's best to go ahead and start over from the beginning if you want to have a conditional zoning so that everybody's on the same page from the very beginning moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, I just raised this that I don't quite understand. And while I understand the desire of the developer to expedite matters based on what feedback I've heard, I'm not sure that that's going to expedite matters to just stay with a straight B1 from what has been explained.
Honestly, the best thing that would have happened would have been had the developer come in straight away with the conditional rezoning request, because that would have been the different request. There would have been no waiting period.
He could have done
He could
that
just come in when
less
as
than
soon as
6
it was
months.
denied. That's right.
And still could.
That's correct also.
That's correct also. Sorry, ma'am, come on up. State your name and address, please.
Kimberly Nelson, 305 North Maple Street.
Sorry, your last name?
My last name is Nelson. I currently live 305 North Maple Street. I am the daughter of the current homeowner, and I will soon be the current homeowner. The homeowner is actually sitting right there. We live directly across the street from the house that's facing Maple Street. First of all, yeah, we're not going to have $1 million homes there because it is, I mean, Graham's, downtown, it's downtown. Kind of have an issue with the fact of the reinvestment because quite honestly, we just spent quite a few hundred, couple $1,000s redoing the fence in our backyard. There is progress being made in this area. The house next door to me, that's also directly across the street from this other house, has recently been purchased and is being completely remodeled. They've added on to the back of it. Yes, the houses in question that are being, looked at to be removed are in need of repair. But that, as the owners of that property, apparently, could they not use these funds to refurbish and reinvest in those particular properties as they are, rather than remove them and put up a business of some sort? I'm not exactly sure how this fits in with the future of the plan. I mean, I see the blue here. Quite honestly, if we turn that part into blue too, literally all sides of my house are going to be blue. Seriously. One block, as on the way over here, I was trying to figure out how, even if they put doctor's offices, even if they put, some type of business there, how does that fit in with the downtown? Because currently there are 1, 2, 3 more houses that are in that future planning. They're up in the pink right there. So, I mean, yes, they're still residential. I don't see people venturing from the middle of downtown Graham to venture over into this area for businesses. I mean, I just don't see it. Not to mention that there is no parking. I don't know where the parking, I mean, that's a big issue. Not really sure where the whole main thoroughfare part is. Market Street's not really a main thoroughway. I guess you could consider Maple Street only as a means to get to downtown though. I mean, it's not, as the young lady over there said, I mean, she uses it as a quiet, peaceful route to get to downtown, and she enjoys that. So, I mean, my concern is that, as someone up here mentioned earlier, where exactly do we stop with that? It just keeps going and going. And as you can see, Maple runs right into Main Street. Eventually, we're going to be hitting that too. So, I mean, I guess that's
Thank you.
that.
Any questions for Ms. Nelson? Hello, state your name and address, please.
Sharon Larzalier, 305 North Maple Street. My question is, with as much downtown area as there is, why is there a need to expand into the residential area? I don't see a need for that. And with the exception of 2, possibly 3 houses in this area, down Maple, these are all houses that were built in the 1800s, prior to 1900. And if you go putting businesses that close to an area like this, it is really going to lower the value of all these houses. I can see the need to remove the ones down Market that are not in good condition, but like I said before, why not make it another residential district, small houses, if you will, or small townhouses? There's no need to make it into a business district where it would just keep encroaching further and further into the residential till at one point, where does it stop? And if something was mentioned about moving the houses that were, I don't remember what he said, something about in some condition, moving the houses. How are you going to move a whole neighborhood? I mean, where would you put these houses? Where would you put my house? My house is a 2-story house. It's a very large house. And I just don't see the need to go this route.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further questions? Anyone else like to speak? Thank you. We'll close the public hearing and discuss amongst ourselves. Justin, if you would, bring up the zoning map for downtown on the GIS. City of Graham GIS.
There, you want zoning map.
Hey.
Right there. There. Come on down, a little, just on zoom in a little bit further on of the downtown district. And what you see there is strictly all B1 that's in that 1 block radius from the courthouse. Is that correct?
Yeah, except for these couple properties down here.
Take it back up towards Maple Street and the parcel that's being discussed there. So we would be potentially considering to extend the B1 across Maple Street
That's right, you'd be
and be going further
Going-
down Market Street.
going diagonal and then working down Market. Yep.
I truly don't think that was what was originally meant when the B1 was designed. I think there's a way to achieve the project, but I don't think it's the B1 extension.
Other options, yeah.
Well, conditional zoning. I think the off-street parking, the unknowns of not knowing potentially what's going to go there, how many apartments that potentially or dwellings that's going to go there, what bedrooms they are, how many vehicles are going to be there. Potentially, let's use a small number, 10 units. If we use 10 units going in there, that's 20 cars. Where are 20 cars going to park? I'm using a conservative number. What if it's 20 units? We're talking 40 cars. We're creating an issue, I think, by not having on-site parking. Potentially, they may have room for on-site parking. But all that could be achieved under conditional zoning.
The businesses, there'd be traffic.
Right.
For the downstairs.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Christman, if what did you say?
It's possible 3 stories. And so if he's talking about businesses, local neighborhood businesses, I would imagine they'd be on the first floor. So there would be traffic to and from the businesses. Whether it's a doctor's office or whether it's a bakery. So I think you go in front of the building parking. Are you going to protect the parking for the businesses? Residents.
That's the property owner's responsibility there, not a staff issue or city.
Yeah, but if it's a B1, there's technically they have no parking, even though economic conditions would require you to have parking to make it worthwhile.
But if I own the parcel right next to it or right across the street and people's constantly parking in my driveway or parking in front of my house where I couldn't park my own cars, we're creating that problem by extending that B1 on across Maple Street. I think there's a solution there. Put a parking deck on there and build above the parking deck. That's too expensive. We all know that. That's not going to go there. But there's a way to achieve potentially the development of what he's wanting to do, other than B1.
Is that B2 across the street or B1 across the street?
B2.
Seems like we have to be a little careful when we start looking and say there's a B2 here and a B2 there. Graham was developed in a very unique way that a lot of modern suburban towns aren't, in which you had varying uses spread all throughout town. If we're not careful, we would justify putting B1 and B2 all over the daggone place, which in some ways it's a great benefit for us in that we can do you can have a community store in this area or in that area, a work area in this area, that area. I think we can use that and grow with it, but not overly exploit it.
Well, I've always been under the impression that you can't put a square peg in a round hole. So if you're going to do this, it needs a lot of shaping. To do that, you need to do it under a conditional result.
I agree.
That's my opinion.
I agree.
Kristen, anything further?
That's a conditional rezoning 6 months ago.
I guess we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to deny the request for the B1 rezoning, as it doesn't seem to fit the 2035 comprehensive plan as set forth. I don't have the language in front of me. I apologize. Based on the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan and city Graham development ordinance, I recommend a denial of this rezoning for the following reasons: that it does not support the recommendation rezoning this property for further policies 2.11, 2.13, 2.14, 2.2.1 and 2.3.2, creating a diverse job market with innovative focused development that would blend with the downtown and serve as a traditional area and adjacent office and residential uses.
Thank you, Mr. Mish. I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 To deny, yes.
Any opposed? Does not carry. Mr. Cox, I hope you'll reconsider and explore options. All right, Justin, let's move on. Just gonna go over the ground rules one more time for the next project we're fixing to hear. I want to hear from you. This board wants to hear from you. If your neighbor has talked about something that you want to talk about, unless it's new, let's try to keep this to a respectable meeting tonight instead of a 6-hour meeting. And we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll start back at 8:22.
Yeah. Help yourself.
Just get the clock running 5 minutes.
We're gonna do 5 minutes or 3 minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Hopefully, probably won't be 5
I said, we don't hurt,
Just gotta go to the rule also not to repeat yourself from last time. So
Correct, yeah, cut them off.
it gets repetitive really quickly and that's what happens.
That's what happened last time, yeah.
I have to say, I'm thinking about it. I don't know what council. Gave us a direction. And it makes sense to keep extending it. Jumping across the road, but maybe if we want to have another block down South Main. Jumping over Maple Street.
That's
Oh, yeah, I can't remember. We did something. I don't know, like texting all day long. Yeah.
Putting the bar in the residential community. Right.
That's the first step. Great and losing.
That's exactly right. I feel the same.
There's no solution that doesn't involve DOT. You got a lot of stuff. Right at the interstate, you got commercial and industrial. Right. And they admitted that to me, because I told them that's the interstate. About 1997, they're like, well, DOT doesn't really offer, we're more of the reactive. 10 years down the line, the program for 5 years. Once there's enough blood on the pavement. Once they tear it up and put it all on. They have to blood on the pavement. That's literally one of their tests.
Say, Mr. Joe Vincent, how you doing there? Thank you, sir.
But they could start it very simply.
You can't beat the man that finds ink in the back out of the You can't beat him.
That's what I was thinking. Too narrow. I'm like, what? Didn't pick the first meeting, better first meeting start. You ain't got. It's good to see the community engagement involved, right? No, but it's perfect. It took you a while. There's not a lot of room for error. That's not. I hate when we attend a meeting like this. Oh, yes, sir. This is
Yeah. So that's the idea is that.
Because they don't have up to date, there's EPN, and a lot of times. GPS versus, GPS versus a personal one.
Then we have I determined that I'm going to pay somebody to move me if I ever move again.
That's what I guarantee you within 3 months, you'll have one. I guarantee you. I already know it. You'll have an 18-month, they're gonna go off the road. You just have no room for the shoulder. You can go in the park to take it out the road. Yeah, that's a big drop. Take you in the mountains somewhere. Yeah, that's a big drop.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
You ready?
Yeah.
Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's find our seat, please. We'll move along.
I didn't want to do that.
yeah, I did too.
Five.
I said. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna just.
5 minutes. Don't worry, I'm gonna cut them off.
Oh, okay.
Bless you.
Look, look,
We're gonna keep it light, simple tonight.
that's right. Let me bring the camera out.
Oh, he's got it up there on the screen.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say now.
Okay.
I'll bring the camera out.
How old about the blood pressure level?
Okay, let's call the meeting back to
Blood
order.
pressure level.
I understand there's two attorneys in here tonight, right? The homeowners have an attorney representing them. Is that correct? Yeah. Sir, what's your name?
Yes, my name is Chad Sharkey from the Sharkey Law Office, 112 3rd Street, Holly Springs, North Carolina. And I'm here representing Mike Bishop, who's rehabbing the barn across from the proposed development, as well as helping out Mr. Huffine and some of the homeowners.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to clarify. And I've got you, Ms. Hopewell. Okay, let's move along.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So once again, we have under old business, a request to rezone approximately 78.12 acres of property from R18 to I1, or I'm sorry, R18 and I1 to conditional industrial. The potential use would be warehouses for potential distribution or other light industrial types of uses. They have revised their request, instead of one large 820,000 square foot building with cross dock. Now there are a 255,000 square foot and a 360,000 square foot building, each of which would be have its own separate access points. The westernmost accessing off of Cherry and the easternmost accessing off of Governor Scott Farm. These buildings would have a total of 464 auto parking spaces, 221 truck parking spaces. And when I scaled it on the site plan, it appears to be about 185 feet back from the right-of-way line off of Cherry Lane to help try to ease some of the concerns about how far from the right-of-way it would be. There's also now a single large detention pond at the southeast corner of the site instead of the 3 detention ponds previously proposed. They are still keeping the floodplain to the south natural because of the required buffers. They've added significant landscaping, which includes berms along with evergreen vegetation. They've added security fencing around the site to help with concerns about potential access by children. They've agreed to all of the original conditions that staff had placed on the lighting and some of the other things, trails, open space. They've shown sign locations. So there's been an attempt to try to assuage some of the concerns that were heard at the last meeting. And then I believe that some of the improvements that were requested by DOT as part of the TIA are also incorporated herein. And then on the eastern site, they have also revised those plans to help with the buffer areas. And then that building is with the line of sight does appear to be somewhat out of view with the landscaping proposed. And so, and then I think it's looks like an 8-foot tall berm along Cherry Lane. So that'll help also with some of the visibility issues and sound site issues that were heard in the other meetings. So, and once again, you can see here's the existing zoning pattern. There's a significant amount of light industrial zoning already in place. And then you've got these two properties here, zoned R18, which all three of these would go in for conditional. And then again, this site here going from R18 to conditional industrial. These do fall within the employment district in the future land use plan. Staff does see it as being consistent with that plan. And we are recommending approval with the conditions stated in the staff report as enumerated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amanda Hodiern, I'm here for the petitioner. Offices are at 804 Green Valley Road in Greensboro, 27408. And I have just earring casualty there with the mask. I have a quick handout if that's okay. So I wanted to hand those out to you. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, did not give enough. So of course, we're here tonight as a continuance, and in the nature of that positioning, I do want to focus on what's new and what's changed. You've heard a little bit of that from Justin, and that's what this handout is going to help you, help me walk you through. And there is a little bit different on what's in front of you than what staff has, just because we made some other additional changes at the end of last week. So, you know, I know that I was not able to be here in December. Unfortunately, I had a prior commitment, but I am up to speed on what happened at that meeting. So I know that you guys worked hard and put in a long time, has been alluded to, and the neighbors put in a lot of effort in giving comments and feedback and making sure that, you know, this project can get positioned as well as possible to be a successful endeavor for all parties. And that's really what these changes are about. You know, of course, as you've heard in your staff presentation, this area is designated employment center on your future land use plan. And that is in direct reliance upon the adopted North Carolina Commerce Park that was established for this area. I know that was talked about in December. I know there's a copy of it in your staff report. So this request is not out of thin air or without reason or basis. You know, as developers, we look at those future planning documents as guidance, as to what a community wants and envisions for its future growth. And that's how rezonings come to pass. A rezoning is the implementation mechanism for your future growth tools. So those growth tools have indicated that this area is the Commerce Park, it's an employment center, and a request like this would implement those goals. So that's why we're here tonight. That's why you know, all of this got started. And you heard a lot about it at the last meeting in its origins and in all of its details. So tonight I want to focus on what's changed because the goal is, of course, to balance those future growth objectives and those future goals with existing residents and with existing land use patterns, and to strike the right balance there. What is a reasonable way to achieve those objectives and preserve what's important and what everybody already loves about Graham? So that's what, of course, we're trying to do, and that we hope we've gotten a little closer to that with all the great feedback that we got back in December. So what's changed? There is, of course, the biggest change is on the westernmost site, which is, we call that the large site. Previously, that was an 820,000 square foot building, one building. Now it's broken down into two buildings. So in addition to that being a visual break to break up that facade, to break up that footprint, that also achieves a couple of key reductions in intensity. It takes you down to 650,000 square feet. So that's over 200,000 square feet reduced, gone intensity. It also takes, we did something with the access there. In addition to just breaking it up, we've severed the access from the two main roads. So if you look at your site plan, you'll see on this westernmost site that the westernmost building now gets its access only from Cherry Lane, and the easternmost building only gets its access from Governor Scott Farm Road. So that cuts down on your trips coming down Cherry Lane, which we heard a lot about. It cuts down on that truck traffic coming down Cherry Lane by bifurcating that by more than half, because of course the westernmost building that still has access to Cherry Lane is the smaller of the two. And just to kind of give you a data point to help you wrap your head around that, we now only have 90 truck trailer spots available accessed from Cherry Lane. Previously, that was over 300. So that really is a significant reduction of how many truck vehicles we're inviting in off of Cherry Lane now, as opposed to before. Similarly, with this reduction in square footage, we're also removing 900 daily trips from our trip generation analysis. We have our traffic engineer, we're here with us this evening that can go into more detail on that. I'll just give you the highlights since I'm not the traffic engineer, but that shows you that that's a significant lessening of intensity in this new proposal. We've also added the berms along Cherry Lane and along the western side of both sites. You can see that on your site plans, and Justin also alluded to this. This is an 8-foot berm with plantings. You can see the cross-section detail of it at the bottom of each of the landscape sheets. So that shows you, what that would look like from the side as if you were looking down along it. And again, what that was intended to do is achieve a little more visual mitigation. The topography here really helps us out a lot on that western site. This site sits lower than the road. But when you're right up on it along Cherry Lane and you're driving, this berm built up and landscaped on top of it will really help kind of visually protect that traveler along the public who's a little bit closer into the site. So that was done to try and, again, balance these interests, establish a nice visual transition and try to make that less of a stark view shed there. And that's done, of course, as you can see on your site plan, that follows along all of the Cherry Lane frontage for both sites and along the western side of both sites. We've also added security fencing on both sites. You can see that on your site plan. And that was done, of course, also in direct reaction to comment we heard, just to make sure that the safety of the existing community, existing residents, existing children who might be in the area was kept top of mind. We've also added the line of sight diagram for both sites. That's more of a technical aspect, but that is achieved here as well. So again, we think that we've made a good faith effort at trying to implement some of the feedback that we heard, and again, really trying to strike the right balance between what is called for in your land use plan, what was worked hard for when you all worked with Alamance County, when you worked with the city of Mebane to establish the North Carolina Commerce Park. We want to be able to achieve those growth objectives for you. I don't have to stand here and tell you that Alamance County and Graham, right at the heart of it, is having a moment right now. We are officially on the national map. Everybody wants to be here. And you all having this NCCP established now for 7 years, you're well ahead of everyone else. And you've got your infrastructure, you've got the economic allocations figured out, you've got proof of concept, you've got great users already in the park. So you're here, you're ready to go. All that investment, it's ready to pay off. It's at your doorstep. So the only question is, how do you do that responsibly? How do you manage that with, of course, keeping Graham the great community that you know it to be and that the residents love. So we hope that this plan gets you there. And we think it's going to be very successful in terms of adding to that growth vision that you established 7 years ago. So with that, we'll take any questions and look forward to hearing your feedback.
That you're only going to have 90 docks.
90 docks that serve that westernmost 225,000 square foot building that will be accessed from Cherry Lane. Yes, sir.
And how many docks on the other?
Let me get back to my site plan here.
153.
153.
How many docks are served on the
It's 153.
Parkway side?
153.
The security fence,
153.
153. Thank you.
your security fencing that you alluded to, what's the height on it?
40.
That's 40 feet. 40 feet.
40 feet high? The security fence.
Oh, no.
Come on up to the podium if you're gonna. Who are we trying to keep out?
Yeah.
I've got my clients here with me. This is Intersect Development, I believe. You all knew that from last time. This is Scott Brown, who's the principal of that group.
Do you want my home address?
Business address is fine.
The 3461 Tuxedo Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30305.
Thank you.
The fence that we planned was eight feet high. So I thought you meant the building. My bad.
So 18 feet high? Eight, okay, 8 feet.
Along with an 8-foot berm.
There was a question earlier about the flashing red and the backup, the red and green lights at the back at the docks. Approximately what elevation is that going to be at?
Well, if you had it, it would be we don't put that as part of our standard dock equipment, but if you had, it would be 4-foot dock. And then the door, so probably 12 feet.
12 feet. Would that be,
But, excuse me, most of the ones I've seen are so the driver could see them out of the
Correct.
rearview mirrors. He wouldn't be able to see them if it's 12 feet. Usually they're dock door, dock level height.
Well,
They
so
can't go
there,
back up.
so the dock's 4 feet up off the
Right.
ground. Okay, and then it's gonna be, it's another 6 feet. Okay, let's call it 10 feet. It's another 6 feet up. So when he's backing in, he's seeing that
it's gonna be 10 feet off the ground from the bottom
off
of
the
the.
finished elevation.
Yeah, I think he's wrong there.
Can I ask you, are you keeping these two warehouses, separate businesses?
Theoretically, we would build them individually. I'm not telling you that someone couldn't come in and say, hey, we'll take both of them and it would be the same company.
Okay.
But as far as the site plan goes, they are completely separate as far as access.
Okay, that's the reason I brought the question up. On the rear section where you have the security fence, there's a small area there where the two back drives could connect.
Well, in the front too, we had it connecting on the north and the south of the building when we had the bigger
What I'm
building.
saying is you could bring some of those 90 trucks from that smaller building out that access that goes on to Governor Scott by connecting those two together in the back.
Well, with this being a conditional zoning request,
Yes.
again, it's tied to this site plan, so we wouldn't be allowed to make a change like that.
Well, I was just, okay,
Yeah.
it's not allowed
They chose not.
Not unless you wanted to condition it that
to
way.
condition it that way. Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
we tried to do that to clearly separate that traffic. Because in the first plan on the 820, primarily that truck traffic was coming off Cherry Lane.
I understand. And
Okay,
what I was
okay.
trying to
And
do
you
to
were saying
accomplish
is get them back out Governor Scott Road.
to get the
Correct.
maximum amount of truck traffic
And
off of Cherry Lane.
And typically, to address your point, so typically what these tenants want is one way in, one way out, controlled access. So to have someone come in off Cherry Lane, they're clearing some sort of security fencing, some sort of controlled access. And then if they went back out another way, they're kind of losing control of their truck. So they want them coming in, sweeping around the building, doing what they want to do and going right back out the way they came in out of the same controlled access. That way they know the same person knows who's coming in, and who's coming out.
I think it was
Thank you.
this board's consensus at the last meeting that there would be no entrances on Cherry Lane. And all traffic would come off of Governor Scott.
Yeah, it's just, that causes as much a traffic issue, in my opinion, as the developer. Having all those trucks coming in one area, it's hard to control access into the two buildings. So we did what we felt like was the best for the development and completely split the two.
And we, we appreciated your comment and took that to heart and did go back and look at that design. But with the needs to distribute that traffic along these frontages, this was the best alternative we could come up with in response to that feedback. So
If the buildings are indeed rented to two different clients, would you put a security fence between the parking lots, the trailer parking lots?
Between their two
Yeah,
buildings, yeah.
okay.
So we're still keeping the same elevation grade of about 20 foot below the road right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're
We-
gonna have 20 foot above ground. So you'd have 20 foot at the road. You would still have 20 feet above.
Yeah, there's a sight line, I think, on the bottom of that plan. So that shows the 20 feet down and the 40-foot building, and that's showing a sight line from a car or a person walking. But it would not be realistic to say you're not ever gonna see the building. So I don't want to say that, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying that, but we have tried to mitigate it the best we can.
Okay, so this proposed, the line over here on the far right-hand side is the proposed height of the building, so that's 40 feet.
Correct, okay.
So
So up against the berm, you aren't gonna see.
Sure.
If you
20
went to
feet.
the other, you went to the other side of the road, you would.
What about
No,
from,
it's just
from
proposed
the
building.
west of that building? I believe there's going to be a conditional housing development to the to the west of this.
Mhm.
Will these be, with those, I'm thinking it drops down. I'm wondering if these people are going to be looking up at your building.
I'm not familiar enough with their elevation and their grades to speak to it, but I have seen dirt moving going on to the west of these buildings.
Horizontal distance to scale.
Wait just a minute. If you want to talk, I'll give you opportunity just a minute. You can come up to the mic. Thanks. I'm interested in hearing from your traffic study.
Laura Reed, 200 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you.
Were there specific questions that you had on the study or just wanted an update on the additional numbers?
Your new numbers since the building reduced, I'm assuming you're going to say the traffic reduced.
Yes. So as Amanda alluded to, with the reduced square footage of the western buildings, the daily trip generation dropped from about 5,000 to about 4,100. So that was that 900 trip reduction that she referenced. In the AM and PM peak hours, which is what we're typically looking at when we're running our study, we dropped by about 50 trips in the AM and 30 trips in the PM. So that's about 1 car every minute or 1 car every 2 minutes removed from the previous study with the reduction in the square footage. Based on the analysis, when we ran those additional numbers, saw pretty similar operations as we saw previously, in that we were seeing minimal impacts at the study area intersections, with the exception of Cherry Lane at Governor Scott, where we did see impacts from the development. So at that location, we identified a westbound left turn lane. So that would go from Governor Scott onto Cherry Lane. And so the development would add that left turn lane as part of the development. And so that's been coordinated with both city staff and NCDOT.
Now, what's your total trips per day? Have you got figured?
Total trips per day. So both of the buildings together is 4,115. And that's a total of ins and outs.
And how many of these are employees?
The trip generation doesn't get into that. So it does give you a breakdown of passenger cars versus trucks. So I guess with the assumption that all the passenger cars would be employees in your daily, you're about 92%. And then it fluctuates a little bit in the peak hour.
So if this particular property, if there was restrictions put on to this piece of property where there was a right in and a right out on Governor Scott, how would this affect your traffic count?
So you're saying if the access point on Governor Scott became a right in, right out,
And it's going to be the only way in and out,
the
It'd be right in, left in.
left in, right out. I'm sorry. How will this affect the traffic count for Cherry Lane?
So you're saying at that access point on Governor Scott, you would not be able, sorry, I just,
Wouldn't be able to turn back left to go to Cherry Lane.
okay. So from our updated analysis, I believe at that access point with the separation of the accesses, we had about 20% of our traffic for that western site making that left turn movement. So realistically, those folks, I guess, would have to go to the right and probably either circle around, or they'd have to go up Ralph Scott and probably get to the interstate on a different route. So it would likely remove traffic off of Cherry Lane and just kind of redistribute throughout the network.
But would it be feasibly conducive to say by the thousands, it would remove 1,000 trips a day off of Cherry Lane?
So it would be moving 20% of our trip gen for just that section of the development. So the daily trip gen for that portion was about 2,400. So it would be removing about 400-ish trips off of Cherry Lane.
I would think it'd be more than that, being it's a larger building, with more trailer parking spaces and more employee parking spaces. I would think it'd reduce Cherry Lane traffic significantly,
Yeah, so at least
or more than
based-
half at least.
So at least our assumptions when we assigned the trips for these two new buildings, since we did have a large percentage of traffic coming from the east and from I-85 and Trollingwood Hall Fields and coming down Senator Ralph Scott, we assumed that most of the folks coming from that direction would likely be coming to and from this new building. So when we distributed our traffic, that meant a smaller percentage would come from this building and head over to Cherry Lane, just because you have a more direct route in a nearer vicinity.
And I know we're only talking about these two buildings at the present, but I'm pretty sure you've done a traffic study at the other site also.
Yes, so both sites were included in the same study.
So you're saying for the two sites, two separate sites,
Mhm.
two buildings on one site and the other building, the total
Correct.
traffic count is 4,100 a day.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry if I didn't clarify that early on.
makes more sense. Okay.
Got any further questions?
No, I'm fine.
Traffic analysis.
On traffic studies with just trucks, there's very little information you can give me because you combine it with staff and cars, so to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, but I guess what kind of information are you looking for in terms of trucks?
Well, my main concern is how many trucks in and out of this particular western property. And if, again, hypothetically, no access to Cherry Lane for trucks, a left in, right out onto Governor Scott, which would direct them to Governor Scott Farm Road, which was built for that particular reason, to carry that truck traffic to the interstate.
Mhm.
Cherry Lane is not a truck road, so to speak.
Mhm.
So that was my concern. I was just asking the question based on studies on cars versus trucks.
Mhm.
You don't
So-
separate that.
So our analysis does include truck traffic and what we call heavy vehicle percentages in our analysis. So it does reflect the impact of adding trucks to the network. The trip generation numbers that we pulled, so they're based off of ITE, or Institute of Transportation Engineer Studies. For this specific land use, it's about 40 years of data collected from east to west coast in the United States. And it looks like, I think it was about just over 40 studies. So out of that, they do have some projections on truck percentages. It comes out to about 8% of the daily trip generation equates to the truck traffic. So from a total trip generation, so both sites, so all three buildings, that's about 123 trucks total over the course of the day.
When you say a course of a day, is that an 8-hour day or is that a 24-hour day?
That is a 24-hour day. And so obviously those get distributed through those 24 hours. So sometimes they're within the peak, sometimes they're spread out. It really just depends on the end user and what their shift schedule and truck schedule looks like.
That sounds like a lot of trucks at one time. but I worked at a concrete plant before. We've dispatched more than 120 trucks in a day. But it sounds scary, but
That's not.
that's business.
Thank you. Jerome, do you have anything?
Nope.
Okay,
Thank you, man.
well, you're very welcome.
Don't go nowhere. We might need you again in just a second.
I'll be right over here if you need me.
I want to inquire about, in the previous meeting, there was some mention of 250 employees going to be employed at this one facility. Is that number still a relative number?
So are we talking for the
The two combined, not this bit, the two combined,
two combined?
two buildings combined.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the total number of auto is, but I think that's a pretty fair estimate. Typically, what we would find in a 250,000 foot building would be 100 employees.
Yes, it's got
So-
it's got 445 parking
Spaces.
Yeah,
Right.
so I think that's fair.
Air conditioned units. Are you going to have any air conditioned units on the roof?
You know, the odds are that it will be air conditioned. I would think one of them would be. You see a lot of the e-commerce logistics guys doing some picking and having some mezzanine, and they typically do like to have those air conditioned. So I would say the odds are that one of the two probably would be air conditioned. We have a building in just down the street in Woodsit that's just completed. I don't know if anybody's gone by and seen it. And we're leasing half of it. And they have no air condition and 12 people parking. So, you know, I mean, they're taking 250,000 feet. But to sit here and say there'd be 12 people on 250,000 foot building is unfair.
So you say that you think that one of these buildings, the whole 360,000 or the whole 255,000 would be conditioned airspace?
It's typically it's not the whole, because you're going to have, I mean, there's no reason to, it's typically coming off the mezzanine area and the picking. They've got a lot of people in there doing all, is even as automated as these buildings have gotten, the e-commerce, there's still a lot of people in there. And so it gets tight, gets dark, it's hot. So they'll typically air condition that. So a lot of times you'll see half the building air conditioned in the warehouse. I mean, we've done, we've air conditioned 1 million feet before, so.
And typically, where do you put these units at? On the roof or on the ground?
Typically the roof.
So if we have a building that's out of the ground, 20 foot out of the ground, and we put a unit on top, are we talking about a unit that's 10 foot tall? Are we talking about a unit that's 5 foot
It's
tall?
not going to be 10 feet tall, and you've got a parapet of some amount that's sticking up, a couple feet above the roof line, because a lot of them, they're slanted. You got the peak. So, a lot of people think it's great to put, it's not something that we've necessarily ever done, but put solar panels on top. So there is stuff that goes on top of the roofs. Typically, they are not seen from a distance. I'm not telling you can't, but I've driven past a bunch of buildings that have solar panels on them, and you can't see them.
It just concerns me that you're 130 or 185 feet approximately from the right of way to a residential neighborhood right across the street. That's a building that's sticking out of the ground 20 foot, and we're only talking about an 8 foot berm. You're still going to have 12 feet above that you can see of building. Now, I do understand there will be some type of landscaping that's going to go on there that's going to shield some of that. But then if you go as far as to even putting AC units, we're talking about it's getting higher and higher. So I don't know if that berm at 8 foot would be a sufficient berm or not. I'm just talking out loud, really, in general. But I do appreciate the effort that you put into potentially hearing some of the concerns of the neighbors and trying to address them.
We tried.
Something to think about with berms, they are a useful tool, but like anything, you have to kind of control how far you go, because you don't want it to start to look like, some sort of encampment or the Great Wall of China from far away. So that's why you typically would see a berm of no more than 8 feet, and then you plant it to create that additional height, because otherwise it's going to look it's not gonna achieve a nice look like you're wanting. So, that's why you really just can't go all earth and berm, to make up that extra area.
Thank you. Any further questions from the petitioner? Thank you for the time being.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time I will entertain conversation from the public. I would like to start with the attorney for the barn there and see where he goes, and then Mr. Huffines, and then we get past those two, they may answer a lot of questions, they may not, I don't know. And we'll go from there.
Thank you for your time. Again, Shad Sharkey from the Sharkey Law Office, Holly Springs, North Carolina. I was not here at the last meeting. I understand that it went till almost midnight. I know we're trying to keep things a whole lot shorter. I just want to touch on some of these issues, some of the conversations I've had with folks. And then also kind of set things up for Mr. Huffine to talk. He's the engineer. He can discuss the specifics a whole lot better than I can. I guess, first off, just on a review of the staff recommendations, they point to various provisions of the new land use provision or the new master plan as to what this development will satisfy. But looking at that master plan, goal number one is an inviting community appearance and having design guidelines that work throughout the community. As was brought up at the last meeting, you know, I wasn't here. I was told it was brought up numerous times. We've got a development in Oldfields that was specifically put in there. 3 governors had lived there, the only place in North Carolina that happened. It is kind of a historic subdivision that's being put in there. People have moved out to that area because of the nice country feel to it, the beauty of it. Now we're talking about putting in, they've gotten rid of an 800,000 square foot building. They've now replaced it with 2 buildings totaling 650, something like that. The operational footprint's still the same. We still have a massive industrial area butting right up to these neighborhoods. To the west side, Meritage is now putting in development. Those houses are going to back right up to this development. They're going to see those blinking lights. Looking at historic preservation as goal 1.2 of the master plan. We're supposed to maintain the historic culture and character of Graham. Yet that's what the Oldfields development did. That's what Mr. Bishop has done. He's trying to rehab this barn, make it an event space where people could have weddings. Beautiful country scene. Well, now we're gonna have a massive warehouse across from it. We're gonna have trucks air braking down Cherry Lane 24 hours a day, waking people up. I don't see a lot of people wanting to get married when there's semis barreling right by them. Looking at a resilient economy in goal 2.1. Again, one of the policies is to promote locally owned businesses. This isn't promoting a locally owned business. A massive e-commerce warehouse, bunch of robots moving boxes around, bunch of money go out of state. We've got policy 2.18, promote tourism. It's a destination for people to come to Graham. Again, that's what Oldfields does. That's what the rehab barn is going to do. It's what that part of town does. This development does not do that. Looking at the idea, you guys seem to be hitting on the idea of Cherry Lane and wanting to keep all the traffic flowing onto Governor Scott and then run out on Senator Scott Road. That makes sense with strategy 2.33, create overlays at exit 150. Right now, this plan as it's set up is encouraging trucks to go down Cherry Lane and then cut right by Alamance Tech. And that's an area where you've got the school students coming in. You've got areas where you want to put in more apartments, more of a walking area. That's what it says right in the plan, that there should be a walkable built-in environment should be pursued around that intersection. Well, putting this development in is just going to force a bunch of truck traffic down there. Now we've got an area, a road built specifically for that. That goes by the other warehouses. Does not encourage industrial redevelopment, which is another goal that's set forth. Instead of reusing old industrial spaces, reusing old warehouses, infilling areas, we're talking about taking a nice, beautiful country field, slapping a big old warehouse on it. Doesn't promote green industry growth or attract green industry. So to the extent that it goes with the plan, it also appears to go a lot against the plan. Looking at the application that was put in, they are requesting that it will be a building, maximum height shall be 50 feet. So the plans right now are at 40 feet. Mr. Huffine will get into the idea of the way the berm and the slope works on it. They're going to have to dig down 20 feet in order to get up to what they're now proposing at 40 feet. And again, if you have air conditioning on top of it. But the slope from that berm to where they're going to have to start their parking lot is going to either have to be so steep that it won't be able to get in and out of, or they're going to have to change that grading again, which is going to raise it up even further. And then if they decide, well, it's going to be up to 50 feet, well, what if we got to 50 feet? Well, now you can see even more. I know at the last hearing, Mr. Huffine showed pictures, or at least has provided them to the board, of the light that shows up from the existing warehouses down at the on south of the Center Scott Road, Center Kerr Road. Those warehouses at night, the lights that you can see from the road are severe. Well, now we're looking at houses 150 feet away as opposed to 300 feet away. The board was just discussing the idea of a light pollution ordinance. Well, that would directly impact this type of development where you've got residential right there. You've got people whose front doors face Cherry Lane, and they're going to be looking at lights pouring in from this warehouse. I don't know which of the board members have gone and ventured out to this area and looked at the existing warehouses as opposed to where things are now, either in the daytime or the night. But to see the size of these buildings in person and to see them at night and the amount of light that they kick off is fascinating. And it's horrifying if you live right next door to it. The existing warehouses, when they were built, there's a natural buffer all the way around them. Tall, old growth trees, creek beds. They made it to where you can't see it until you're in it. This development is going to be right there in front of everybody. These neighborhoods are going to come right up to it. And that's not what there's 295 properties that are impacted by this. That doesn't even include the Meritage lots that haven't been platted yet. They're going to be impacted by this one development, by this one warehouse project. Is there a way to tweak it, make the berm a little bigger, downsize a little more, make all the access go on Governor Scott Road as opposed to Cherry Road? That works for this side. I know we've got the other building also. If they can find a way to work access to Governor Scott Road from that building on the back, that would help. I don't know if it would fix it. That other building on the east seems to be crammed into such a small lot. I don't see how that won't work. But I think that the idea that Alamance is growing, Graham is growing, is the place to be. Yes, this area has been growing, and it's seen a significant growth. I bought my first house here back when I first got married out off East Gilbert Street. I was actually laughing earlier on when I saw the new development there, because back when I lived out there, we were one of 4 or 5 houses that were right outside the city limits, but we still got city water because we were so close to the city limits. And there was nothing out there. My wife and I, we felt like we were living out in the middle of nowhere. Now there's multi-use housing out there. That's great. And you've got to put some restrictions on it. And you've got to not just have an industrial use like this, with this amount of traffic, this amount of light pollution, this amount of noise, butting right up against developments and residential housing that these people, this wasn't on the plan when they bought these houses. They got this. They bought their little place out in the country. That's what they want to do. We've got a developer that went and took over old fields, that came in and said, this is a development that died during the housing crisis. I'm going to try and bring it back. You go driving through old fields now, ground is being broke. New houses are being put in there. How is it going to sell those houses? When all of a sudden people come up and there's a massive warehouse right there. So again, I think the property owners are best suited to talk to some of the specifics. I think Mr. Huffines probably the best to discuss some of the engineering issues. I think Mr. Bishop can talk about the investments he's made into the barn and his plans to use that kind of in line with the idea of celebrating the history of this area. So I'm not going to take up any more time unless you've got any questions.
All this time, thank you.
Mike Bishop, 1351 Hall, on the barn. I'll make this kind of sweet. It's a bit upsetting that I'm having to pay for an attorney to stand here and defend myself. And I'm also paying this attorney to defend the neighborhood that I'm a part of now. So I'm struck by the idea that I'm standing back here. This guy's awesome. I've had this guy as my attorney for part of my construction business since we opened the doors in 2003. But it sucks that I'm having to pay him and I can't put that into the barn. I'm struck by that. I'm struck by the fact that this community came together in December and fundamentally come up with, as a builder, what I thought was reasonable conditions to the construction of these warehouses. And what they show up with is not even meeting them at halfway. It feels like this game is going to be played out further and further and further from their end because developers like this have the opportunity to do that. Individual homeowners don't have the resource to fight something like this. And frankly, I don't either. We're looking at putting the better part of $1.5 million into the barn. What I stated last time is still true. We're selling our house to do that. We're selling, I've sold $400,000 of equipment to provide funding to this project. And I've leveraged everything I've got. So I'm here because we're fearful of what something like this will do to the impact of our business. These are really good neighbors. Let's say for kicks and giggles that I don't have the barn and you were to ask me my opinion of this, I'd say that this isn't right. This is a project that hurts this neighborhood, even if I had no stake in the game. And the fact that I have a stake in the game, I feel beholden to the people that has promoted me and watched out after. They've watched this property for, like this, they've been looking for this thing to happen for the better part of 2 decades. And I'm the redneck idiot that's going to do it, right? Like that's going to be awesome. I'm not a 3rd or 4th governor in this thing. But I'm going to do it right. That's all I got to say. Hopefully this board can come to a place where we can relay the information cleanly to this development group, that they can come to the table and help the neighborhood and be a better part of the solution and not just keep dragging this out like I watched do my whole life. I've been to hundreds of these and I just watched them come in over and over and over again with high-powered attorneys and more money than any of us combined. So count on y'all. Thanks.
Mr. Huffines. Huffines, if you could stay to the point, focused.
So my name is Chad Huffine. I live at 2198 Cherry Lane. If I may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll do my best to cover the summary, but I want to go on the back of what Mike just mentioned to elaborate a little bit on the history. In 2003, I was asked to do some engineering work for the Scott Farm. Two gentlemen came in our office and I said, we have an opportunity to buy some land in Graham. And it's a real pretty piece. You need to come see it with us. For the next 10 years, we spent developing old fields with a group of local citizen investors, a team of custom builders, hand in hand with Robert Scott, with Jesse Ray Scott, with Robert Phipps, in a time in their lives when two things were important: the preservation of the Scott Farm legacy and generating a neighborhood that Graham could be proud of, and that would be a destination for the state of North Carolina. It was important that the Scott family retain the barn, retain the home place in a way that was as close to what they remembered it being as possible. It was important that the horse trough remained in the center of the Governor Scott Farm Road. It was important to everyone in the community that Old Fields hold true to their guidance. And we did that. In 2008, we came on some hard times and the project has stalled. A new developer has come in, spawned the interest, invested close to $1 million in a sewer. Mr. Bishop's come in, invested his entire being into this venture. There are 3 other businesses on Cherry Lane, small of sorts, but I've interviewed each of them. I've spoken with almost every homeowner, every landowner, or they've spoken to me. I can find no one that can tell me they were involved in the formation of the 2035 plan. Everyone understands that the 2020 plan has about 700 acres of core residential at the intersection of Cherry Lane and Governor Scott Farm Road. But yet I can find no one, and no one can tell me how that long-range plan changed without the input of any stakeholders, any ETJ residents, or any citizens with any voting, any say-so at all. So the developer, rightly so, has noted nationwide that, hey, there's a 2035 plan, an industrial park, North Carolina, CCP. Interesting. He's not aware that no one else knows that. No one else in the room knows that until November of 21, when yellow and black rezoning case signs show up on Cherry Lane. So it's a real quick education in what can happen when you don't live in the city, you're in the ETJ, you have no knowledge, you have no vote, yet the effects of an adjacent possible project can change the course of your family's life without knowing. The city, in its coordinated efforts with the developers of Old Fields, built a 2 million gallon per day pump station with a 12-inch force main that leaves Cherry Lane. It's called the regional pump station. It was designed to carry aging pump stations. It was designed to carry residential flow. This project alone takes up about 200 acres, but only yields about 1% of that pump station's capacity. Why on earth would a city build a pump station to that capacity if it knew it was going to be industrial use and have no demand? It makes no sense. The evidence that this area and its change from the 2020 land use to the 2035 land use under a previous planning administration, with no fault of these guys, do not know what happened. With the specifics that we talked about last meeting, I have tried to pare down this week's meeting to 5 topics to give you factual information, not associated with any emotion, trying to find facts for you all. I provided you with a summary of those items. Each one of those items have a subset of information, research, backup, whatever you want to call it, that we can provide for you if you question me or question any of the details. I'll be glad to provide that to you. So if we could, we'll just go to traffic. That was the first one on my summary. Cherry Lane is currently built to handle 9 to 10 trucks per day, based on a pavement evaluation using the 1993 method and the Rocky Mount method for the evaluation of flexible pavements using the California bearing ratio for soil evaluation. Senator Ralph Scott Parkway has a design section. When I say design section, I mean the thickness of the stone and the thickness of the asphalt over an approved subgrade soil that's suitable for 75 to 100 trucks per day. It was built that way because that's the ADT 20,000 ADT average daily traffic. That is the minimum standard that DOT would build for that environment. My understanding was that DOT, in a coordinated effort with the city of Graham, built Senator Ralph Scott Parkway. To their knowledge, there would be Lidl and there would be Walmart, and there would be 100 trucks per day. That is the reason that pavement section is the thickness, the stability of the section that it is. We now know there are multiples of hundreds of trucks per day. I'll get into that if you ask. Traffic volumes on Cherry Lane at Governor Scott Farm Road were counted during the past month in the peak morning hour at 23 trucks per hour. 23 trucks per hour is twice the daily design in 1 hour. When Mr. Walker stood up during the last meeting and said his wife counted 30 trucks that night in the middle of the night because she didn't have anything to do, I personally was skeptical. So the only way to find that out was to set up cameras, go out and count and evaluate existing traffic conditions. And that's exactly what we did. Truck traffic at Senator Ralph Scott Parkway and Trollingwood Road was also counted with rates as high as 7 trucks per 5 minutes. We noticed in the TIA submitted at the original meeting, increments were broken up into 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. We looked at all of those. We looked at 15 minutes, we looked at 30 minutes, we looked at hour. We set up cameras to last however long the battery would last, so 2 or 3 hours at a time. When I say that 7 trucks per 5 minute period was noted, that's me physically sitting at the intersection, watching a light cycle and unimaginably truck after truck after truck. And where are they coming from? Cherry Lane is currently failing under the daily traffic it is experiencing now. To verify this, we went out and evaluated the pavement section. We also used the Farnell penetrometer to do adjacent subgrade soil evaluations and found the CBR values to be 3 to 4%. Standard pavement design assumes a 5% value. That's how hard it is when I push on it. If it's softer than a 5% CBR value, if it doesn't handle that pressure, if it doesn't have the soil modulus needed, you improve the subgrade soils and then you build the design section. The design section at Cherry Lane is 8 inches of asphalt and 3 inches of stone. When you run the numbers and do the structural evaluation, that allows 10 trucks per day for a 20-year design life. By adding 3 additional inches of asphalt, you can carry 100 trucks per day for a 20-year design life. Currently, Cherry Lane is failing. I'll direct your attention to the 4 photographs at the bottom of the first sheet. The first 2 photographs are different entirely from the photographs we were able to show you in December. The photographs we showed you in December were from the shove, the 400-foot shove adjacent to the natural gas regulator before you reach Oldfields. This is an entirely different area that has just formed in the past month. The picture at the bottom left is a photograph illustrating how we were able to count tractor trailers. We specifically worry about tractor trailers because frankly, the cars don't have any structural effect on the soil. We said in last meeting that 1 tractor trailer would have an equivalent axle of 4,000 cars, and that's being conservative. The bottom right-hand photo shows you what happens. And that's just not acceptable, even to the industry. If I was the owner of the industry, I would want something different. The stick rule in the top right corner, that's showing you about 1.25 to 1.5 inches. The shadows make it look a little different. And then that shove is 3 inches deep all the way to the aggregate base course stone. And that's just happened in the past few weeks. If you'll flip the page, we'll go to real estate values. I know that we were just, interested to find out something about that from last meeting. I found this to be quite a challenge. 3 real estate appraisers and 2 commercial brokers were interviewed. All of these were private sector appraisers and brokers, and they declined to comment on the devaluation of existing residential properties in established neighborhoods along Cherry Lane from Highway 54 to Trollingwood Road, citing this project specifically and others like it and potential career or business loss. So when a real estate appraiser comes to you or me and under an interview and says, I can't comment if it'll increase or decrease, I have no way to quantifiably tell you that. Well, now I believe them because they all individually said the exact same thing. We can't tell you if it's going to go up or down. We can't tell you one way or the other. So the only objective source was Alamance County. Alamance County's appraisal staff at the tax office was interviewed, and they would comment. Property values will immediately devalue 10%. Typical reductions in value are 10 to 30%, with immediate adjoiners, that's property immediately adjacent to the proposed use, expecting a 50% range devaluation. Property values will typically recover to the pre-nuisance rates over a 15 to 20-year period based on the tax office's anecdotal evidence from previous projects. Or once the neighborhood transitions entirely due to sales or fatigue. Alamance County ordinances protect against this heavy industrial encroachment into single family and agricultural areas with their industrial permitting process. Graham's ordinance does not have that protection. If we can go to the second paragraph, planning professionals were interviewed. We interviewed 14 different planning professionals from across the state of North Carolina, including municipal planners, landscape architects, and board members in other jurisdictions. 100% of the professionals interviewed agreed that in this particular specific case where large single family lots, established residential uses, historic significance and factor present a prohibitive situation and are a bad fit. While the economics may be good in short term for the municipality, the public, the neighborhood, and the surrounding vicinity will suffer. Mitigation frequently heard from these professionals included relocation, denial of the request, extensive setbacks, and supplemented and undisturbed buffers. So you either move, you set the projects back from the adjoiners, or you find a different location. Either the homeowner moves or the industry changes. The third paragraph, I think I covered. I spoke about the history and the plan and their agreement and disagreement. The bottom 2 photographs show revitalization of the barn structure from the interior because we all ride by there, but we don't get to see what Mike's doing. This also shows the back 15 to 20 acres of old fields in the estate section adjacent to Back Creek where new activity is going for sewer infrastructure. That entire area is now being graded for new estate type homes. I will stop without going into the last 2 maybe, unless you request that I do that. Those are specific to the individually submitted plans, and I believe we're here speaking to a broader case. I think the message is clear that Cherry Lane needs no additional traffic. We're going to have to find a way to get both of these projects access to Governor Scott Farm Road and on to Ralph Scott Parkway if they're going to survive. We're going to have to figure out how to set the projects back from the public rights of way and from adjacent property owners. We're going to have to figure out how to mitigate the sound, the light, the noise, and work from there. We have several solutions we can discuss in length, and we can expand on every topic at length if you ask. But I think I'll take a seat unless you have any questions for me, and then let some of these folks say their piece. I know they've waited a long time. And I appreciate you letting us have the opportunity to address you tonight.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Huffines at the present time?
All right, this time.
Okay, folks, we'll take one at a time. When you come up, please state your name and address for the record. Or Mr. Johnson.
Good, how you fellas?
Fine, sir.
My name's Herman Johnson. First of all, good evening, planning board members. It's on my note. My name's Herman Johnson. I live at 372 Boundary Street in Hall River, and I also own property, and my office is in Graham, North Carolina. My investment group and I were initial investors in the purchase of the 209 acres of farmland from Governor Scott and his family. Not only were we involved in the financing, we were also involved in the planning of the Oldville Field subdivision and negotiated an option for the residential development of the adjoining property, the property that's in question tonight. We held this option for several years until the bottom fell out of the housing market. On occasion, on more than one occasion, I had the opportunity to talk with Governor Scott concerning his vision for the residential development of this property. He seemed to cherish the idea of the front porch community, which was developed. Oldfield was developed that way. On more than one occasion, I heard the governor discuss with the planners and the developers his concern for lot size, multifamily use, and the commercial use of the property. Ever since the conception of the Oldfield development, this area has historically been intended for residential development. There is no question about that. I think everybody knows. The city of Graham demonstrated their commitment to the residential use by providing water and sewer and constructing a sewer pump station based on the number of housing units to be served. I've been in many a meeting with the city of Graham and heard this time and time again. Cherry Lane was not designed to bear the burden of heavy truck traffic. Mr. Chad has just addressed that. It is grossly unfair to the residents and development of the Oldfield subdivision. And by the way, there's development going on down there now. I don't know how the plans have changed, you guys may, but there's a lot of residents that are going in down there right now. And it is grossly unfair to the residents and developers of the Oldfield subdivision to have such a large industrial warehouse complex constructed in such close proximity to their neighborhood, subjecting them to loading dock lights flashing, backup horns blaring, and the noise generated by large diesel trucks jake braking and bellowing smoke 24 hours a day. In all my experience as a developer, and I've developed a few of these things, I have never seen a piece of property planned and better suited for residential development than this property. As it was intended and planned from the conception, there can be no doubt this property needs to remain residential. And if you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to try to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions?
I just one other comment. I'm gonna hit it one more time. This property, and I sat with Mr. Scott and talked to him about it. And I even heard a comment back here a while ago that Mr. Scott invited all the neighbors, and I shouldn't say Mr., this is Governor Scott. He invited all the neighbors over to his house to explain. He built a house on Back Creek. He invited all the neighbors down to his house to explain to them why he was selling the property and what it was intended for. And that was to be intended for residential. I've never seen an iller fit for a piece of property, and I've been doing this a long time. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Lawrence Helms. I live at 1800 Cherry Lane. I'll try to keep it as short as I can. I keep hearing the word developers, and I think about who they are and what they want every time I hear the word. And I think we all know in here who they are and what they want. They want to build a place as cheaply as they can and make the most money from it that they can. I don't blame them for it. I think everybody likes a good deal. I understand that. And I understand everybody has a job and they do the best they can at their job. There's nobody who feels resentment, to anybody who, has to earn a living. But I think what we all seem to be missing is that at some point you have to try to understand what a sense of fairness means. And a sense of fairness means not taking advantage of people who live in an area and have been living there for years and, coming in and destroying their way of life, essentially. And that is what seems to be trying, what people are trying to do. Not that they have any grudge against us or anybody who lives there, but that's just what's going to happen with what they want to do. We get letters in the mail every day, just about, offering us less than a tenth of what our property is worth. And I asked my wife, I said, why are they sending us these letters asking, making these ridiculous offers to us? Well, guess what? Our property value has already dropped. Like Rusty said, the tax value of our property has dropped. We have checked it since all this came, and it was worth, quite a bit more before all this started happening. We didn't, we were not a part of any of the planning of any of this. And we just learned about this happening, back in November of last year. I just think everybody has to ask themselves who has a part of this. You need to ask yourself, where is it going to end at? I mean, is development going to be good for Graham? Okay, you're going to get a couple of hundred jobs in these warehouses, but with the property value being devalued, is that really helping the municipalities here? I don't think so. I really don't. It's a shame that, the almighty dollar causes so much pain and misery for so many people in this world. And then, it makes a few of us really happy when they're on the winning end. I would just ask all of you guys to search your conscience and make the decision based on what your sense of fairness tells you to make your decision on. Thank you.
And report my pictures.
State your name and address, please.
My name is William Brent Henderly, and I live at 2024 Stanchion Street, Haw River in the Oldfield subdivision. I'm not going to rehash a lot of my points I brought last month, and I know a lot of the things have already been touched on. I did create a little brief 15 slides, and it's pretty much photos just to kind of show really what this truck traffic does already. And we're a mile from the Amazon warehouse, and we're a mile from the Lidl warehouse. So I've just put up a map here first so that we can get a bigger picture perspective. Obviously that cleared land up in the middle of the picture is where they're proposing to put these warehouses. To the left side of that picture in the tree area, just near Back Creek. That's where that new development is going in. So they're gonna, and then just at the top of the picture is Oldfields. Then at the bottom of the picture where all the big trees are is where the rest of that Meritage neighborhood is. So basically this proposed development that they're trying to put in here is gonna be sandwiched on 3 sides by the by neighborhoods. That new subdivision that's going in on the left side is called, I understand it's gonna be called Cherry Creek. Saw a sign out there. So we're gonna wedge it in on 3 sides. Then the other property is up in that really green space up there next to Hugo's property. Obviously, if we're putting 3 warehouses here, you can only predict what's going to happen soon. We're going to want to create a domino effect and get every single one of those properties into development. That just doesn't make sense, you know, especially when you look at, I did not put an image of this, but if you look at the rest of the industrial park, there are lots on that industrial park that are 90+ acres that are available. So my question is, why do we need this piece here that is not part of the industrial park to become part of it? Let's use what we already have zoned first, which is already a joint tax venture for Graham, for Mebane, for Alamance County, before we start going and expanding it out to an area that clearly is developing. Let's go to the next slide. The next slides are really showing what the damage has already been done. And these are, we have almost a weekly occurrence, sometimes even a daily occurrence of trucks currently who get lost from Amazon and Lidl and try to turn around in our neighborhood. They try to use our traffic circle for their turnaround because they got lost. That picture right there is one of the street lamps, and that's actually a replacement lamp because they've actually knocked out 2 lamps. That lamp, you can see there's a scuff mark on the front. If we go to the next picture, or next slide, please. You'll also see how far up in the, and these are just 2 weeks ago I took these pictures. You can see how far up into the circle they go. Let's go to the next one. Next one, that's another lamp. That lamp you can see is actually from the picture on the right. That lamp is turned 45 degrees off its axis from hitting the back of a tractor trailer as it pulled through our neighborhood. You can see the tractor, the tracks going right up into there. Also, that one-way sign right next to it actually used to be twice as tall as that. Tractor trailer drove right over it, broke it in half. We were able to salvage it and put it up. Let's go to the next one. Next one, there's a cone, literally like 2 weeks ago, this guy, the pictures to the left, there you can see that I know it's a little shady there, but you can see there's tracks going up in near the sidewalk there. And then they just loop right over the curb, run right over it. We've put these cones out to deter these trucks, and yet they still come in and they still run over it. We've actually, it's been documented, the city of Graham's been out multiple times already to replace those sewer grates, which have broken in half as the tractor trailers just drive over them. It's been about, I've called them about 10 times over the last 3 months over broken sewer grates that literally just snap in half and fall down in. Let's go to the next one. Again, more evidence there, how far up they're going to turn around. More cones, we tried to deter them, doesn't stop them. We'll go to the next one. Here we go. This is last weekend. This is CR England truck. This is going to the Lidl place. This guy got lost because he tried to get off on exit 152 and he saw that the signs that clearly say that the road is weighted for 6.5 tons going to the right. Well, he listened to those signs, so he made a left off the exit. He went on up, went on down past, he turned just past the truck stops on exit 152, comes down, I believe this is Trollingwood, and then he's trying to turn back onto Cherry Lane to come down Cherry to come in back through to Lidl. He's completely lost. You can see he jackknifed his truck. He ended up in the ditch and actually had to have help come. So if you go to the next one, this is the Amazon warehouse. This is about a month ago in January when we had that snow. These are trucks that are backed up on the road waiting to get into Amazon. This is 1 mile from our place. And there were approximately about 30 trucks. This is coming south, or sorry, I got to keep my directions right. Yeah, I believe east on, I believe that's east on down as you're coming down from Cherry Lane towards Senator Ralph Scott. There were about 20 there. And actually there were some pictures in the neighborhood coming the other direction. I'll wrap up real quick. I'm almost done. Coming the other direction, backed up just as far the other way. Let's go to the next one. This is a Amazon warehouse, Amazon truck jackknifed and broke down in the Senator Ralph Scott with a car trying to pass it. What we're trying to do as a neighborhood already, I have already met with Amazon, I've already met with Lidl, and we're trying to get them to put signage in at their exits that direct all trucks to the right. We're hoping that that will cut down about 50% of the trucks, but we can't cut down on the GPS mistakes. We're also working on contacting the DOT, so we can maybe get some 4085 signs that direct them to go to exit 152, not 150. So we're trying to be proactive about it. But obviously, you know, putting more warehouses is not going to help that. This final picture, I think this is my last one, just shows the damage to the side of the road, the berm of the road on Senator Ralph Scott, when the trucks like to park and rest when they're not driving before they leave. They just park their truck up in there. Those are the ruts. That's what we get to look forward to. I think the last thing, that's just, I'm not going to rehash that. They've already talked about road softness. Why this doesn't make sense. This is 2 quick slides, bullet points. Large warehouses wedged in between 3 residential areas. It's not allowing growth to occur residential, which, and we've talked about property values. Roads are insufficient. Ample land's already available. We shouldn't be doing this. Also, these are spec warehouses they're proposing. There's already a 200,000 square foot warehouse that's a spec one in the Commerce Park that's been vacant for 2 years. So we're talking about putting 3 spec warehouses up that have no tenants lined up, that we have no control over who goes in there or what they do. Let's go to, okay, last one. Again, they don't support schools. Residential actually produces more tax value because we are the voters. We do the sales tax. We fill jobs. And we should be supporting that, see if that develops before we do it. Last slide is just thanking you guys. I appreciate your time. Thanks for listening to your electorate.
I got one question for you.
Yes.
Just like slide 9, Justin.
Yeah.
Where the Amazon trucks were sitting, what road were they sitting on?
That is on Governor Ralph Scott's farm. That's going down the hill towards the creek, going right up towards their second entrance. So that's the in entrance. The out entrance is actually on Senator Ralph. So they've got one way in, one way out, which they've said propose. But these guys routinely do that. And when I spoke with Lidl, they said that happens all the time. And then what it does is actually impedes the Lidl trucks from getting into their place, because that's what Amazon likes to do.
Thank you.
So
That Kimberly Road down there then.
Kimray would be
At the end of that,
Kimray would be like further into the screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question for you. That jackknife truck that was in the intersection and needed help.
Yeah.
That was down on Charlingwood
That's
and
at the corner.
Cherry Lane.
Yeah, it's right near the driving range. It's right
Yeah.
that little triangle there. And he tried to turn in there and ended up in somebody's front yard,
Gotcha.
which was fun.
Thank you.
There you go.
That was your yard?
State your name and address for the record.
Jimmy Evans, 1504 Trollingwood Road, which Cherry Lane runs right into it. First, as this gentleman said, I was one of the people that went to former Governor Robert Scott's house that night for his vision of what was to happen to Oldfields. The truck picture that this guy shown was on my property and was there for 2.5 hours. It'll be 2 weeks this Saturday. Ridiculous. The traffic studies, I hate to say it, I don't put much confidence in that because we live there, we see it every day. Unreal. But I would like to speak or suggest, and I don't know if it'd be the Graham or DOT or a combination of both, some type of attractive sign over, say, on Cherry Lane or over on Trollingwood Woodhall Fields, wherever the proper entrances to the Commerce Park is, made up similar to the interstate signs where they got the McDonald's sign and stuff like that, but be more, not a sign like that, but more attractive, say, I don't know, I'm guessing or saying like some type of rock wall with a picture of Walmart emblem, Lidl emblem, UPS emblem, so that maybe it would direct them in the right direction. Thank you.
Next.
Sorry, I get really stiff sitting in these seats for so long. My name is Michelle Morris. I live at 1800 Cherry Lane. I'm I know we're not supposed to put emotion into this, but it's hard for me not to. We bought one of the Scott's properties. My husband and I took a home that had not been lived in quite a while, fixed it up, have tried to keep it in the same vein as what it was before. You know, we take care of the property so that there's not a lot of erosion going into Back Creek. We try to do our best to keep the place like it was before. The other thing I just want you gentlemen to think about, I don't have a subdivision. My driveway comes out onto Cherry Lane. In fact, I believe one of the entrances that these fine folks are, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, but that they're proposing is right across the road from my driveway. So would all of you want your wife pulling out onto a road like that, where the speed limit's 45, 50 miles an hour, and there's a 18-wheeler barreling down the road, and she's trying to look to see if she can make that turn to go to work? You wouldn't want that for her. I'm already had a couple of close calls where I felt like trucks were going to hit me. It's scary. I know you can't take care of every little person in Graham, but I just want you to think about those things, because you wouldn't want your wife to be in that situation. You wouldn't want your daughter to be driving out on a road like that either. So, I mean, you know, these folks don't live here. They're taking money, they're making money off of us here in Graham. And it doesn't make sense to me why we would want to do that, why we wouldn't want to try to have development that's going to keep the money here in this city that I love. Heck, the name of my business is Graham Animal Hospital. You know, I kind of love this place. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Hugo Kreischer, 2005 Cherry Lane. So can you bring up the eastern building, please? Can you zoom out a little bit, please? So if you see, zoom out a little bit more, please. You see that little toilet bowl looking piece of property that's right next to that building? See how it looks like a little bit of toilet bowl? See it? It goes down and then it comes out in an angle and then goes back in a square right there, right next to on the bottom side of that building. Right there, you see that? That's my house. That's my property. And I sit here and, you know, I get business. I'm from Boca Raton, Florida. I don't know if you guys know where Boca Raton, Florida is. My family's been there since 1950. First builder, first electrical company. I understand the economic development. I understand not being in the right place and all that stuff, but the land is zoned residential. And that's why we bought the property where we bought it. And I don't know Tony. I don't know Michael. I don't know Dean. I don't know Eric. I don't know Jerome. I don't know John. I don't know Justin. I don't know really any of you guys personally. And I sit in a crowd and I listen to everybody talk and I listen to you guys talk. And you're going to make a decision for my life and my family. We don't even know each other. And it's just, it's a wild experience. And you're not doing anything wrong. You're listening to the facts, you're hearing the facts, and hopefully you make a decision based on the facts, because Chad's given the facts and, you know, they have their facts as well. And, you know, they have some logic behind them, but they just got to do a little bit more if they'd like to really fit into the community. You know, when they were here in December, you know, I was raised by my grandfather, and my grandfather said, if you never tell a lie, you never have to remember anything. And, you know, we got told a lot of things. We got told, you know, we hear you, we understand, and they did do some things. So I don't want to take that away from you guys, but there's no way, man. Look, what am I going to do? I mean,
who said about the tax values? I don't know. Somebody said about the tax values, 50% for an adjacent property. Congratulations, Hugo Kreischer, for buying a property next to a 400,000 square foot building. And I got 5 kids, 7 and under, homeschool them. You know, we moved from Boca Raton, Florida to get out of that type of lifestyle. And I got cows, I got pigs, I got chickens, and I'm trying to raise my kids with that old school mentality. And I just hope that you guys can look at the entire picture and say, well, if I owned a property that was 10 acres and somebody wanted to put a building on there, when I originally bought the property, it was zoned residential, and now we're going to change it. I don't know, man. Like, just look at it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Sorry. And streaming, but not recording. It did.
Oh, it's on. I thought I was going deaf. Gentlemen, good evening. My name is Fred Kogel. I live at 2011 Stanchion Street in Haw River in the subdivision. Former construction official, code enforcement officer, master plumber, master just about of everything, you know, jack of all trades, master of all. A couple of things that I just want to bring up. One of them is, we have a gorgeous young lady over there from the traffic department in her particular field of expertise of 40-year ago type of assessments of traffic. 40 years ago, they used to bring hail bales down Cherry Lane with a tractor instead of the big rigs they got today. I just want to let them, the traffic analysis people know that it's not so much the concern of all of the tractor trailers that are going to be coming down Cherry Lane. There are about 4 or 5 different subdivisions coming in that you guys know about. He knows about them, that are directly across the street from Governor Scott and also off of Cherry Lane. The entranceway to one of these big developments is going to be on Cherry Lane. The traffic isn't going to be so much of a concern about how many tractor trailers are barreling down a road. It's how many people are going to be coming out of these particular subdivisions, including mine, because our subdivision is also increasing substantially. There's going to be a lot of people coming in and out of that front entrance on Cherry Lane and Governor Scott Road. By the way, that road is deteriorated so bad, it's breaking up the main street. Come over there and take a look. If you want, I'll send you a picture. That's number one, okay? So you're not gonna have 100 cars coming down Cherry Lane every single day. You're gonna have 500 cars, maybe even 1,000 by the time those developments get done. I might not be around to see all of that, but I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to have a lot of traffic on that road, a lot. Even though they do have another entrance, very large entrance to that subdivision on, I think it's Jimmy Care. There's a big entrance going into that development. And if you drive down there and look, they have a tree line. And then the rest of it, they just took all of those trees down. They clear cutted that baby down. Let me tell you, all those deer, the turkey, and all the other things, they had to run for their lives. We also have, and I don't know how big of an environmental impact study these folks have done, but the runoff on these properties that they're planning to put on, being a plumber, I kind of know about the square footage of roof and rainwater and all that kind of good stuff. The problem that I see with all of these tractor trailers in those parking lots is that when they are parked there, they're not parked on dirt. Okay, they're parked on macadam. And in a square footage of a particular parking lot, you have to have X number of storm drains. These storm drains go where? That's number one. you have to have a storm drain system. It's the law in North Carolina. Number one. Number two, if there should be an environmental accident by one of these tractor trailers losing their two big tanks of diesel fuel onto that macadam, where's that diesel fuel going to spill into? It's going to go down into the area drain and out into the brooks. Unless you can show me in the plans that these folks have, if they have an oil separation system that's designed with large tanks to go from one tank to the next, and then the effluent that coming out of there is going to be clean, you're going to have the Department of Environmental Protection coming down their necks for oil spillage that goes directly into the river and into all of the little tributaries that are right down the road. Now, the thing is that they're clearing out that entire end towards Mebane of all of the trees, and they're already putting in the infrastructure into the ground for these new warehouses that are going in down on that end, right near Crawlingwood. I don't understand why the upper end where we are can't be devoted to residential development, where you still can get your tax money, you know, for the schools and infrastructure, and leave that whole strip along Cherry Lane, leave it alone. Keep it as residential. Don't make that thing into these Chinese warehouses, because that's all they really are if you think about it. Okay, you go down that Senator road there, what do you see? You see the Great Wall of China of Amazon. That's what you see. And as far as those berms are concerned, do you think anybody in this room that's my age is ever going to see any of those trees on those berms, you know, grow to 20 feet? Hell no, you're not going to see that. We're all going to be gone by that time. What you see in Amazon?
Your time limits up.
Yep. Okay. So that's just what I want to know. Okay, if you have a plan about that storm, the storm system.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hi, I'm Wendy Garman, 1849 Old Fields Boulevard in Old Fields Development. I just moved in there a little over a year ago, and needless to say, I had no idea what was planned for the beautiful cornfield across from our neighborhood. I live so that my two-story house faces Cherry Lane. So when they're talking about an 8-foot berm hiding a 20-foot building with a 10-foot air conditioning unit over it, that's not going to do a hell of a lot of good for me and my visual sight from out of my house and my backyard. And that's only compounded by the noise and the light pollution. I moved here from South Charlotte, and there was a little neighborhood that was threatened with a Walmart coming in, a little tiny neighborhood with a small HMO. And let me tell you, that little neighborhood and that HMO fought Walmart, and they won. So sirs, I'm asking you, please, please save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joe Moody. I live at 2306 Cherry Lane. And I'm going to read this because I know y'all are tired, and so are we. And it's 2 minutes long. I'm pretty sure that's about right. Okay. I tried to get out of this, but I was prevailed upon. They want me to read it. So I'm going to read it. Okay, guys. And I live right on Cherry Lane. And so I want to thank y'all for sacrificing your time to serve on the planning board. Now, I know firsthand, and y'all know what I'm talking about, what the planning board goes through, and I appreciate it. And the opportunity to just speak a word from one resident's perspective. And I want you to put yourself in my shoes. I used to drive down Cherry Lane from my house in Graham. And every Sunday on the way to church in Mebane, I was wishing I could live on Cherry Lane because it was such a beautiful and peaceful road. And I was surprised one Sunday, I saw a for sale sign
I thought I'd never see a for sale sign of a house on Cherry Lane. Well, Monday, we got together, we agreed on a price, and just like that, we had 2 house payments till I sold the house in Graham. That's how bad we wanted to live on Cherry Lane. And as things began to grow, and they did, and as you know, farmers grow older and they don't have kids that want to farm. Well, I wondered what Cherry Lane would become, what those big chunks of land, what would happen to them. And I dreamed about all this farmland filling up with R18 zoning and houses, nice houses, sidewalks. And I dreamed that, maybe Cherry Lane would have sidewalks on both sides. And people could continue to ride bikes on Cherry Lane and walk and raise their kids in a community. However, that vision is toast if these warehouses are developed the way they're presently presented. Go over the 2 minutes just stuttering. However, that vision is toast if the warehouse development as currently presented is allowed. Being too close to the road, too visible to Cherry Lane, adding truck traffic onto an already damaged road, a road with no interstate access. It don't make sense for trucks to try to get on the interstate from Cherry Lane because they either got to go illegally down a low tonnage road, which they've been doing, or they got to go down through a bunch of houses to finally get around to the road where the next truck stop is. So it doesn't make sense for those trucks to even be on that road and to definitely not put access for more trucks on that road. And the road's a mess now. Amazon tore it up twice, just building their place. And then I don't understand why industrial traffic can't be directed, as people have said, back to Ralph Scott Parkway. Our tax dollars paid for that road. Why don't they use that instead of tearing up Cherry Lane? And then you got to repave it, and then our tax dollars got to fix it. They say hindsight is 20/20, but as much as I wanted to live on Cherry Lane, I would have never bought our house had I known about the coming industrial threats to our neighborhood. No one wants to live where 18-wheelers are rattling by your house, one right after the other, and jake braking, and they do it right where I live because they're slowing down for the bridge, and they rattle those things, and I'm watching TV. I can't hear it. Can't hear myself think. And that's happening already. You're going to put more on it? I say get all the truck traffic off of Cherry Lane as much as you can. And then, road damage is going to continue. And I just mentioned for the record that until recently, I'd never heard of the Graham 2035 plan, but I've read it a couple times now.
Who's next?
Hi, I'm Ginger Delario. I'm at 1761 Oldfields Boulevard. So I live in the red townhouse that backs up to Cherry Lane. So my current view out of my living room is that beautiful windmill and the sunset when it sets. I just have a question and then a comment, depending on what the answer to that question is. Is the plan of these warehouses, does it allow for the widening of Cherry Lane at all?
Justin, you want to answer that?
It does. So both of these buildings are set back about 185 feet, plus there's a 50-foot front building setback. So, and the berm is set back enough from Cherry where if any widening needed to occur on this side of the road, there would be adequate space to do it. And then also, my understanding from the original Oldfields concept is there's a 30-foot strip of land reserved along the frontage of Oldfields also for a future widening. So yes, they would have adequate space.
Okay, and that would not alleviate the berm.
Correct. The berm is far enough back where even almost you could get a full lane in there before it would even come close to impacting the berm.
Right, okay.
They'd have to relocate the sidewalk, but DOT would do that as part of any design.
So it would be 3 lanes.
It's up to DOT. It's a DOT road, so.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of traffic, but that's already been rehashed. But that was my concern, is that there would not be enough land for the road to go on their side of the street, rather than, even though it might be in there that you're taking, that there's 30 feet of land on that side. I just don't think that's being a good neighbor if you're forcing them to take the 30 feet on the people that live right on Cherry Lane. So that is it. Thank you. Yes.
Just a clarification, you said there's a 30-foot easement on the Oldfield side also? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I've got a bit of a bad throat, so it's hard to talk. I'm Pam Ferguson. I'm the Vice President of the HOA on Oldfields. It's all well and good saying we've got a 30-foot strip of land that you can widen the road in front of Oldfields, but you're going to take all our signage down. You're going to take Erica's garden and everybody else's gardens down that street, which is unfair. It will look a mess. I know it will get put back at some point, but these people aren't our neighbours. These people don't even live in Graham. We live in Graham. We pay our taxes. We live on Oldfields because we love Oldfields. It's starting to grow. It's starting to look nice. We've still got UPS to come and finish their warehouse on the industrial park. So we can have their trucks. That's before we start with these 3 warehouses. Our development is ruined from all these trucks keep driving on and off, on and off. We have tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage on our development from what's happening by Amazon, Walmart, Lidl. And who's paying for it? Are the city going to write us a check each year and come and replace our lights? The lights that we can't replace now because they don't make them anymore. So we've already got 1 odd light. So we're going to have 12 different lights. They're really expensive. They're like $10,000 a hit. That's without putting our grass back to normal because it's completely wrecked. So bear that in mind, you know. We love living in Graham. We pay you your taxes. They're going to run. We're not.
Anybody else? Last call. I'm gonna let the 2 attorneys do a closing.
I had a question for Justin that has to do with the widening of the road. You said there's adequate room on Cherry Lane if it needed to be extended. I'm just looking at if you could pull up the very bottom of that where they've got the illustration of the berm, just to make sure I've got this straight, because the right-of-way line looks like it's on the other side of the sidewalk. So if the road were extended out to that right-of-way line, then the berm and some of the trees would have to get cut into to actually have a grass strip and then the required sidewalk again, right?
That's assuming there's a grass strip, but you have 15 feet of area before the berm slope even begins. And that's from the edge of the road bank. So likely when DOT comes in, they're either gonna, my guess is they're gonna widen it on the north side of Cherry Lane, which is why that 30-foot was put in there in the first place as a condition of the development. However, it's ultimately up to DOT and how they do the design. They might do 15 feet on one side, 15 feet on another side. You know, that's 30 feet. That's almost 3 lanes.
Okay. Well, and that's what I was just trying to figure out when I saw the right of way line.
1 lane. So you're looking at, 10 to 12 feet of width.
Okay, thanks.
So
that was just a question I wanted to get that one.
Closing. Want to address any of the concerns?
Thank you, Chair. No, we don't need to do a rebuttal, so I'll just wrap up. Thank you so much for your time. I know this has been a second long night on this, so we appreciate your careful consideration and your dedication to it. These are all salient issues that are raised tonight. They don't fall on deaf ears, and they're not unappreciated by us. We certainly know what it's like to live in a community and to own property. However, it occurs to me that they were more ripe for discussion 7, 8 years ago when the plan was established and the future visions were established for this area, because that was the time to balance those equities and decide, community needs all of these uses to thrive. So somewhere they're going to abut and somewhere they're going to be adjacent. So that's why we have future planning documents to guide that and to make those decisions when they can be made in a calm and a rational moment and with the right due process. And they're not made in times like this where there's a lot of pressure and a lot of emotion and it's ad hoc and there's domino effects and things of that nature. It's made as a plan, as a vision, and it's made forward looking. And then the plan is implemented as it comes in by the market piecemeal. So that's the stage we're at now. The decision that this was the appropriate place in Graham to put industrial uses has already been made. The comment, areas that are already designated for this should be used is absolutely right. This area is designated for this, and that's why we're trying to use it for that, because that's how you avoid sprawl. That's how you avoid ad hoc decision making, and that's how you avoid, going outside the confines of what was already predetermined to be appropriate when those decisions were made. So, we're not trying to come in and ruin anyone's life or take away from what everyone works hard for and deserves to have. We're following the plan, and now it's of course your decision and the council's decision to decide if that's being done in the right way. So thank you for that consideration and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll close the public.
Just real quick, I apologize. This was not as quick as I thought it was going to be. Obviously, emotions run deep with this group. We are impacting people's houses. The idea that this is an argument that should have been made 7 years ago, well, as has been brought up at multiple meetings, none of these people ever knew about the comprehensive plan, the 2034 plan. They had not heard of it. The fact that it may have been posted by a previous board 10 years ago, 7 years ago, that's great. These people bought houses and have been living with residential zoning across the street from them. The idea of, oh, well, the decisions are made. No, the decision has been made. The decision had been made, we wouldn't be here today. They wouldn't be asking for this property to be rezoned. They want the property rezoned, be annexed into the city, to all of a sudden change the character of the entire neighborhood. So I think you've heard from enough people here as to the concerns of your residents that would like to keep things the way they should be, the way they are. It's the developers that are looking to rezone this property. They're looking to change the character of the neighborhood. And again, what the city gets out of it in the short term, a little bit of a bounce in taxes, a couple jobs that may or not be there, more empty spaces in an already existing business park, they're still there. I thought that was a great point that was brought up. So we would ask that you recommend to the council that this be rejected.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm gonna close the public hearing and we're gonna have some discussion amongst the board members.
Justin, is it possible to bring up the zoning map for this area from the city website? Okay. Come on, yeah, just come up just a little bit. No, just a little bit more, please. All right. As far as it's a challenging one. It's the, if you look at the future planning map with that also, future land use layer, you're gonna see that Oldfields is surrounded on 3 sides by planned development. Likewise, I'm not sure if we had the option to turn down the conditional rezoning that happened in that area for the merit, the other 2 pieces of property that are right next to the south, that one and that one, because we've created a headache.
Yeah, Cherry Creek and Riley.
Cherry Creek and Raleigh Meadows, the property, the west property that we have to look at is surrounded by residential.
Surrounded by residential.
residential. In an area that was originally, we had designated in our future use planage as industrial. So there. So I'm not sure if we had the choice of saying, no, you can't do this development when if this is planned for industrial. That's a way of turning down a conditional rezoning, but it's produced a problem, and it means that we've got to find a solution. We've got an interface of residential and industrial all at the same place, and we got to find a way for them to live together. I'm concerned about that building being towering over the Cherry Creek development, I believe it is, to the left. To the west of it. That's one of the concerns I have. I'm not sure whether it needs to be a taller berm as a way of making sure people aren't looking at those annoying lights, the blinking lights, or they feel like they've got the towering 10-story building above them, or what. I also suspect that we need to, not sure the ideal buffer zone between the street and the building. Might be neat. That's what I got.
No, but I think that brings up another problem. If you go back to the zoning map. The current zoning map, yeah. We've got an I-1 already in there next to Cherry Creek, that one. And so there's nothing to prevent somebody tomorrow from dropping plans to develop that as a warehouse. And I think the current plan says you have to have a 50-foot setback, 10-foot setback on the sides. Unless you have a fence, then it's only a 5-foot setback. So conceivably, you could have trailers within 5 feet of the property line on the west side of the big field. And there's no, I mean, the way it currently is set up as industrial or I-1, that there's no conditions on what you could build there. Is that correct?
Yeah, so an I-1 is a permitted by right district, so anything that's allowed in the I-1 can go in there.
And the same to the northeast
Correct.
of Oldfields is all I-1. And there's no conditions on any of that.
That's correct.
Okay, so if that I-1 is developed, that pretty much makes the R-18 where the field is going up to Governor Scott Road, an unusable piece of land. Not unusable, but an undesirable piece of land for housing development.
I would agree.
And across the creek there where Amazon is, not Amazon, is it Amazon? They're building, they're grading some more in there too, to put another building in. So that's in development. Took the opportunity to ride down Cherry Lane the other day, and there's a for sale sign on the right-hand side. I don't know if that's Mr. Cresher's land or not. Beg your pardon? By Kaiser, okay. And I don't know what the future plans there are. So that, I mean, there's movement on the road anyway of things that are going to happen. So I'll admit we made a mistake on Cherry Lane, Cherry Creek development, right next to this industrial property. We didn't think that out. But what can we do to protect, like Mr. Bias brought up, what can we do to protect not only the Oldfields folks and the Morrises that have houses on Cherry Lane and the new development coming in and whatever future development is for the other big piece of property, because there's already this I-1 in there. So it's not conditional rezoned. So do we go with something that we could put some restrictions on? Or do we just let somebody come in there and do what they want to with that? That's the predicament we're in.
In the initial meeting that staff had with the developer, that was staff's recommendation so that the city could have controls to protect the residents through conditions and through the site development process. So we would know from the very beginning what was going to go in there and what the end product would look like.
As you're looking at the map, everything that's that pinkish purple color, that's all already zoned I-1, industrial 1, which means they have a right to build whatever they need to in that, whatever they desire in those spaces, and we have no say over that. So as you northeast of your development, you have no say over that.
So you see the predicament we're in, as to how to protect Oldfields and the residents there from something that's already there that we don't have any control over. On that, what is it, 40 some acres or something? I don't know, just guessing. On that one I-1 lot.
Yes, 37.85 or something like that. Yeah.
So conceivably, the easternmost building could go in that lot. The easternmost or the westernmost building or the westernmost buildings, it could go in there with no conditions on it.
Yeah, I would say you could get 500,000 square feet probably in there.
Okay. So you'd get twice that size of building in there with no conditions that we have any control over at all. So that puts that makes it extremely difficult to you know, how do we protect both housing developments and do what's best? But that's the predicament we're in. Because I mean, it's a 50-foot setback. No, I don't know if there's no sidewalk. Obviously, it's a state road. Are there regulations on any kind of trees or anything in front of that?
So we have an 8-foot street yard buffer.
Just brushes of bushes, I believe, and some canopy and other type of trees that go in that little street planting yard. There's a diagram somewhere out throughout our ordinance that would show it, but yeah, it's just an 8-foot wide little buffer area that they would have to provide on that blanket industrial lot per se.
Okay.
Whereas what they're offering right now, the traditional one is something way above, but then somebody in the normal industrial type would have to put in.
Okay, well, as to the building, it has to be set back 50 feet off the road. Okay, with a minimal buffer and no sidewalk, and could build within 10 feet of the property lines without a fence. Is that correct?
Are we still referring to the blanket I-1
Yes.
property right there? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
They have to follow all the regulations for, height, yard, table requirements, with what you were pointing out earlier, and the required street plantings as well. as well as the ones going along the side of the residential property and the back and the other side as well. So there's other planning requirements that come from not only just the front side of the property, but the left, right, and back as well.
Okay, on the left and right side of that property, have a setback of 10 feet.
Yes, sir. For the industrial, I'd have to look through the table. He's looking through it right now to see exactly what it is right now. But for when it's zoned next to residential, what it requires however many feet of side yard setback.
Yeah, it's based on what the land use classification is, so we wouldn't really know without knowing what the end user is gonna be. And then at that point, we would know what the land use classification is, but generally speaking, I-1 ranges from 2 to 4 in land use classification codes, so lowest case scenario, a 2 versus a 1, you're looking at a type D planting yard. That's the 5 to 10 foot buffer.
Okay,
If you get into a 3 versus a 1, then you're at a type B, which would be between 25 and 50 feet.
okay. But there's no requirement to have any trees or anything in there? What kind of
Do you have to
buffer?
plant? It's based on distance on center. So depending on what type of buffer it is, like a B is only 3 trees per 100 linear feet. For canopy trees, 5 for every 100 foot on understory.
Okay,
But it's nothing like what they've proposed here. I mean, they're far in excess of any of those types of buffers. And you've added a berm.
yeah. Yeah,
I think mainly the concern with people on Cherry Lane, the overall size of this project, more so than an industrial building that housed, this is far-fetched, some type of mill, which we don't have anymore.
Sure.
Something on a 1-story level that went in there, made GKN maybe
Sure.
an axis. Having a warehouse that's 40 foot high, air conditions on top, the massive size
okay.
is that concern. Really, hate to say it again, it's like a square peg in a round hole.
Sure,
It just
but,
don't
but,
fit
but,
there.
what all could you put in I-1? Could you put a GKN type facility in there
What is that exactly? I'm sorry.
in I-1?
Manufacturing system.
Like manufacturing.
Manufacturing of access.
Yeah,
in case-
almost any manufactured use is okay in the I-1.
Okay, so you put a 500,000 foot GKN in there.
Yes, but generally they're not 40 foot high buildings.
They're not as tall.
Or is a trucking terminal I-1?
So as it is, someone can come in and put a trucking terminal in.
Truck terminal will be a special use.
Okay,
It's permitted, but you have to go through the special use permit
They're not
process.
that tall.
yeah.
Wholesale distribution is allowed. Water treatment plant. There's a bunch, warehousing, really anything that you would equivalent to be a light industrial or light manufacturing type of use is going to be permitted by right.
So that already exists.
I understand. I said, the concern, I believe, with the neighbors
Sure.
is the
But
size of this.
But how do we?
But you can't,
Yeah,
really.
but there's no way to protect the neighbors. With this I-1 already there,
Yeah, down from it,
right,
beside it.
which is basically half of that lot, or pretty close to half of that lot. So
There's more of a grade though on that.
on the other side, yeah, because that's above grade, looks like there.
And in the standard I-1, there's no height limitation.
Stand that.
So just to make everybody aware. Whereas here you've got control over the height of the building.
You made a comment about width of road 30 feet. From Jimmy Kerr to 54, that's almost impossible with the drop offs on either side that had to be built in there. It would be a massive undertaking.
Yeah, I'm not saying they would build that.
That's what I'm afraid of. I don't think
Yeah.
they will.
I think best case scenario, you're gonna get one lane extra.
And that would be from Carr probably up. And still have that hairpin turn there at ACC.
Until they do something about it, yeah.
And then turning around in Trollenwood or Oldfields.
Still gonna have trouble with traffic dumping out on Cherry Lane with those industrial areas, I-1s up there at Cherry Lane and I-40, the northeast corner. Both to the north, both to the north and the south of on Cherry Lane, you're still gonna have incoming industrial development there. That's gonna be traffic coming in.
Come on, up 54.
No.
No, on
Where
40.
Carlton,
Where
okay,
Cherry Lane crosses the interstate,
I got it.
that's all I-1, and the only way to get there is to go up Governor Scott Road and take a right on Cherry Lane.
Cherry Lane.
That way.
Yeah. If they do that, but GPS doesn't tell them the way they're supposed to go, tells them the shortest way.
That's right.
I don't know how to protect Cherry Lane.
And so even if both of your access points, or even if your only access point is on Governor Scott Farm, if they're trying to go west, they're still gonna take them to Jimmy Kerr. And then you're gonna have big trucks trying to make a left on the
Onto
Governor
Cherry
Scott
Lane.
Farm and then another left onto Cherry. It's gonna be a
Cherry
worse mess
Right.
than having them try to turn right.
So how do we protect Oldfields? With the existing traffic towards the interstate, or the industrial zones towards the interstate. They're not going to extend Vakatash Road, put a bridge across the river, the creek. So the only way to access those things is go up Cherry. And the road dumps right into Governor Scott Road dumps right into the entrance to Oldfields. So that's going to be an issue ongoing.
Amazon and the Walmart and the Lidl with 300-foot setbacks is certainly unattractive restriction. I do understand that we can't restrict that one piece of property that's already I-1, but I don't know how big a building, useful building with the grade, the wetlands, that you could get on that one parcel there. There's no way that I could support this. Talked about it, the homeowners voiced their concern. I'm worried about the safety of the trucks coming down Cherry Lane and the amount of traffic that's coming down Cherry Lane. If they moved those entrances down to Governor Scott Road and brought all the traffic in on Governor Scott Road and all the traffic exiting on Governor Scott Road with either left in, right out, will that eliminate all the traffic? No. But will it help? Yes. Drastically. I don't think the berm of 8 foot is nearly high enough. Now, I proposed earlier, when we was talking in the earlier meetings, of a 20-foot berm with 10-foot mature trees on top, or 15-foot mature trees on top of the berm at a 20-foot on center spacing. Will that shield the building completely? Not at first, eventually it will, but once the tree starts dying, then what are we gonna have? Are we gonna be able to see that building? How are we gonna maintain it? How are we gonna institute forcing to maintain something like that? something's gonna be developed on this property at some point, somewhere. And that's a given, and we all know that. But we can minimize the exposure to the residents who are already bought into Graham's vision, who are living in Graham to some degree. We just got to think of the best solution that will help with the pain, and it's going to be a growing pain. I mean, you can call it a pain, it's going to be a growing pain. Somebody's going to build on those parcels in the next 10 years. Really, the only way that you can prevent somebody from building on them is buy them. Control them yourself.
I called the real estate agent on the sign, on the for sale sign, said it's already offer pending.
Which parcel are we talking about? Are we talking about the one right there, it's I-1?
About that Kaiser
On-
one,
on
that
up the
22
road.
acres?
Oh,
The
yeah.
Kaiser one, the
Yeah.
22 acres?
Yeah, I called the real estate agent. He said it was an offer pending. So, yeah, I don't know what's coming there, but something.
You know, the limitations that we have is that Cherry Lane is not a city street. It's a DOT street. If it was a city street, we could probably impose, we might can control driveway permits, but if it was a city street, we could do a whole lot more with the direction of traffic.
Signage is definitely one of the key components here. DOT could solve a lot of the problems
Yes, if they
here
would.
if they would sign it
Yeah.
correctly,
But
starting all the way out at Jimmy Kerr.
Yeah. But all the industrial property up next to the interstate.
But as Chairman Ward said, our job tonight is to protect whole fields in the best way we can. There's not a lot we can do about the one site there that's industrial, but we can on these others by the conditional rezoning, what we need to require for them to move forward if
Yeah, but Mr. Benesh, that with the I-1 already there, you have no control over it.
I'm just saying you control the rest.
Right. But since that I-1 is incorporated with this plan we're looking at, we have control.
I understand that as well, sir.
But we still got a round peg.
Well, we do,
Square hole.
but again, as Mr. or Chairman Ward said, that particular property there with the grade, gonna be very difficult to develop that eye into any type of large warehouse. The watershed setback. But again, I understand what
You
you're saying.
worked with contractors before, and
Oh, yes.
they just love to move dirt.
Yeah, they do.
Justin, what is the usable space? Well, when I say the usable space, from the road, maybe best directed at the engineer for the company, from the road to the back parcel of that property, what's the grade elevation change? Just to the wetlands
I'll bring that right here.
or the creek? That tofu shot. 540.
540.
Give me a little bit more, please.
150. Well, I thought it was
575,
like that can't be right.
Here at 560 right here.
560.
Isn't that a 150 over there by that 460? Huh? Over
565 on the road.
Okay, go back.
look at that 565 above that.
Let's go,
That's an ID number for
Okay, alright.
the lot.
let's go down to the wetlands or the blue line stream. 530,
550, well,
545.
545,
525.
Ain't a lot.
30 feet.
30.
30-foot elevation.
Yeah.
It drops more on the industrial line.
Mhm.
No, that is the industrial lot.
That is industrial lot.
Yeah, it's falling this way. It's falling this way.
Look at the Great Wall of Amazon, they moved a lot. of
30
it.
feet don't sound like a lot, but this building's only 10
Yeah,
times this height.
I know that on Elevate 54, they got a one heck, same with river, water course. They got a big wall down there next to the creek.
Okay.
So they retain wall, push dirt back.
So are we far enough along that we want to talk about a motion, or do we want to discuss it more?
Yeah, that's 1,000 feet back.
1,100 feet, yeah. 40 foot of rise over 1,130 foot of run. It's pretty subtle until you get down to the creek.
I know you said you couldn't support it. I don't know how else to protect old fields other than to support it.
Mr. Chrisman, I disagree with you there. Protecting old fields, I mean, when you say support it, we can support it, but if we support it with the conditions that I would be supporting it with, did we achieve anything? No, because it would be too costly, I think, to develop with a 20-foot high berm, 15 high foot trees, fencing around it, no entrances off of Cherry Lane, and on and on and on, right in, right, left in, right out on the Governor Scott, fencing. I think the cost of screening the AC units on the roof, I think the cost would be prohibitive of building it. I don't think it's enough room to do a 300-foot setback and get them off of the road to then allow them to build a building large enough that it would be feasible for them to want to build a building. But most of the properties over there have got a substantial setback. I don't know why we wasn't thinking far enough ahead to have a setback over here on Cherry Lane. But hindsight's always 20/20, but now we're trying to play catch up.
Yeah.
What's the, George, Justin, what's the ordinance for setbacks for Senator Scott Parkway?
It depends on the zoning. So residentially zoned properties are going to have a different setback than what an industrial
For
property would have.
the industrial, is it
150 feet back, right? Back 300 feet. This way.
That's what I thought, and put the smaller building behind that though. Put the smaller one behind it.
Justin, show us from the road a 300-foot setback.
Mr. Chris.
But if you had to do it in all directions, go about where the line comes across there.
Yeah.
So that, and now show me one from the left property line.
300 is about there.
Okay.
From Governor Scott.
Now,
no.
yeah, from there.
Yeah, from Governor Scott in.
From Governor Scott, 300 off in there.
Okay, then from there to the edge of Cherry Creek, or from all the way across to Cherry Creek. Just extend that line all the way across to there. Yeah. What's that?
1,370 feet from a 300-foot setback.
Okay.
So if you take 300 away, you're looking at 1,000 feet.
You got a heck of a big
That's
building.
still a very large building.
Now, where's that creek line coming in?
No, go to the wetlands where they,
Yeah,
as far as they could,
They'd have to be 100 foot off of those.
100 foot off the wetland.
or the-
Draw a line across there
Be 100 foot back
from the wetland. Draw that line across.
right to the edge of the trees.
yeah.
That's 125, so.
They still would have a substantial area to build in.
Yeah, I'm saying you might can get those two buildings there.
Still got to think about parking lot too.
Then you can come off Governor Scott, both ways, come in and out of Governor Scott. Right, and come in off Governor Scott. You don't even have to come down Cherry.
So I guess the question is, are we trying to design it for them on the fly, or are we trying to?
No, we're just thinking. out
We're
loud.
just thinking out loud. We just got, if we can get them, the coexist.
The goal is with that, the I-1 already there, it is to make the landowner of the R18 that's trying to get the most out of his property and still protect Oldfields with a 300-foot setback with the berms and
Right.
the trees on not only Governor Scott, but on Cherry Lane. Direct all traffic off Governor Scott, left in and right out. That would take at least this building off the equation of Cherry Lane.
Right.
But it wouldn't help north end of Cherry Lane or the northeast end of Cherry Lane where it crosses the interstate, because those trucks will still have to turn right on Cherry Lane. No, it's not before tonight. Then the easternmost building is there, but we hadn't discussed that, so we'll just leave that one out for now.
Hard decision.
The 300-foot setback is about where that 9-acre piece of property is up there, right?
Pretty close, yeah. Yeah, that's about right.
Would it be appropriate to ask the developers to come back with the 300-foot setback?
It's strictly up to them.
That be agreeable with us?
I can't support
Okay, we need to protect Oldfield.
Sure.
I think we need to protect our neighbor.
And I agree, but we can't protect it with that I-1 that's already there. Because there's no conditions on that at all.
Got it.
Because, I mean, both the interest of that one, that lot's 1,000 feet deep too. Put a wall back there, the Great Wall of Cherry Lane, the creek. They could put a big building 50 feet off the road.
They put one building.
Yeah.
One big building.
All the traffic would dump into Cherry.
Want to approach that subject. But I mean, I would still have all these other restrictions for me to support it.
be the only way I could support it.
What are restrictions then? What restrictions put on?
With the barn.
With a 20-foot high berm, 15-foot evergreens planted, 20 foot on center. The strictest landscape as possible per our ordinance. No entrance off of Cherry Lane. A left in and right out on Governor Scott Parkway. Screening of the AC units on the roof. Security fencing. And setbacks, and the setbacks.
Yeah.
Restrictive.
Right, necessary.
You aren't gonna be able to stop the development from happening.
Not down the I-1 that's there now.
None of the I one there, but that gives us some way to force our neighbors to be neighbors. Otherwise, somebody who knows what can come into that I-1 and put in who knows what.
But if we can set some type of precedent, go ahead with this project, it may send a clear message on what the I-1 would.
Yeah, because there's a whole lot of development further up Cherry Lane before you get to interstate. That's all I-1 too.
Sort of have the precedent of the other units, Lidl and Walmart, for having a big setback.
Except Amazon. Up there.
But it's still far back.
Surrounded by residential,
Yeah.
right across the
Right.
street from it, which makes it an easier.
No. That far. All is close as that. Okay, would it also, I mean, we can't dictate what DOT will do. But there's a 30-foot easement right away on Oldfield side and what, 30 feet on this side or on 15 feet on this side?
Well, there's 15 feet of space. There's no easement or anything like that.
But there is on the Oldfield side.
There is, it was reserved as part of the initial development at the request of DOT.
We don't have any control over that. Yeah, so I was wondering to put, we can't ask DOT to put the easement, reserve the land on this side, on the south side.
You can ask them anything, but they're gonna do what they want.
Can we require a buffer, a 30-foot buffer? And
So 330-foot buffer.
You already.
oh, no, okay, no. We can't control, we can't say whether or not they want, what they want to build or what they don't want to build or how they decide. You can say, if you're gonna put something here, this is gonna have this much setback,
What you have to work with.
this is what you gotta work with. We have that, we have control over that.
As what's presented to us tonight. Take away what's presented to us tonight and look at the one lot that's already zoned industrial. All right.
Yeah,
Right.
we don't have any, we'll have to say all that, yeah.
We have no control whatsoever.
But we have control if they're going to incorporate that lot with the other lot.
Right.
Could I ask the engineers, the developer, are we barking up a wasted tree here, a dead tree? Okay. Dead tree before I could figure out what-
And just remember, there's still one other step in the process. So regardless of how it goes.
Right.
Thank you for that feedback and deliberation. That's helpful. I think what would make sense perhaps, and maybe give you a procedural avenue to do what you're asking for, is to recommend with conditions. To say that the only way, make a recommendation to council that says, would recommend supporting this with the following conditions. And then therefore, that if you play that out, that means that if it didn't have those conditions, you were not supportive. Does that make sense? So I think that's,
Okay, so if we make a motion to approve this, not as presented, but with the following conditions.
right. And that way, that would give us the ability to keep moving on and, honor some timeline commitments that we have, but it would also allow you to send the message that it sounds like you want to send, which is that, you would have other requirements that you would have liked to have seen to garner your support.
You understand our dilemma. with the Old Fields folks across the street. 'Cause that's a nice development. But it's, change is coming and that's inevitable, especially on the north end, get to the interstate. And whether DOT 20 years out wants to put in a interchange there, that's a long time out. Oh, yeah.
With
it'd be
DOT.
20 years.
Oh,
easy.
yeah, easy. So,
Is that good?
It's, I didn't get a feeling for if this is even something that y'all would consider.
I think that it's, I think that a lot of things have already been considered, and all that can continue to be discussed, but we would like to, I think that there's an efficiency to maybe keeping this moving along and that deliberation. I think you guys have had a very effective and, I know it feels like you're probably at an impasse right now, but I think that sounds to me like you kind of know what you would have liked to have seen. So it sounds like that there's a good recommendation there that to be made, that this, in the interest of all these things that you've said and being kind of stuck as you described it, this is what would have made it palatable to you as a board, as opposed to, continuing to kind of hash this out with iteration and draft of draft at this board, because, I know everyone is tired of doing this and,
No,
and
no,
I'm speaking for the room, this is my job. I can come here every month. I'm fine. But these people have obviously given up a lot to do this, and I don't want to nickel and dime everyone with, little iterative changes every time. So I think if you guys have the consensus that it sounds like you have with things you were just listing, we would ask that you go ahead and make that motion and let us see what we can do at the next level. Thank you.
So it would be as presented with the following conditions, following additional conditions.
That's correct.
Okay.
In addition to the conditions in the staff report.
what is the heaviest landscaping
50 feet.
requirements? Is this type C, type?
D.
D.
Thanks. Let me make sure I might have got that backwards. Hang on one second.
Kind of forms to be seen.
I'm sorry, type A is the most restrictive. D is the least restrictive.
Foot berm, okay, that'd be
20.
Did 15 last week.
Only 20. It was 15 feet high trees. 15-foot high trees. Trees. That is.
No.
I said 20-foot high berm with 15-foot high trees.
Trees,
Along the top.
right.
At 20-foot on center spacing.
That with a 300-foot setback.
With a 300-foot setback.
Yep,
Oh,
yep, most roads.
yeah. Three
That-
roads.
So
Three
that'd
property
be,
lines.
so it'd be Cherry, Governor,
And
Scott,
And then,
Cherry Point or
and
and Cherry Point, yeah.
that's right. I keep forgetting
Okay.
about that third one. 'Cause
Cherry Creek.
Cherry Creek.
Cherry Creek,
Cherry
yeah,
Creek.
Cherry Creek.
300-foot setback on left hand, right
Cut
hand.
out.
Using this for all traffic.
Over on the backside.
Turn lane.
That ain't got nothing. turn
Oh, we don't
lane.
have anything to do with that. do
Don't
we?
have anything to do with us when they come
Okay.
in. And screened AC units in the roof.
Okay,
Right. But they come in,
okay.
they won't come in.
Security
this
fencing
is where
around the
we gotta
perimeter.
come in.
That's already there, but it,
100%.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They come in. Come in this way. Okay, so we're gonna.
Okay.
left.
we got,
Yeah, we got left in right now.
yeah, we got 300-foot perimeter, 300-foot setback from all sides. a 20-foot berm, 15-foot trees,
Right.
20 feet on center,
Right.
security fence surrounding the property, screened AC units, left in, right out on Governor Scott Road.
No access to Cherry Lane.
No access, yeah, well, yeah, no access to Cherry Lane.
Being 20 foot high, coming to a abrupt stop, they're gonna have to set that down.
Sure. Oh, okay, on Governor Scott Road.
Governor Scott.
Okay. Okay, so they won't have a wall that drives to a
Right.
gate.
And then
Okay.
down the gate.
Okay, now, if they come back in a month with a building that runs parallel to Cherry Lane,
Mm-hmm.
that's 300 feet back and meets all these conditions,
Won't be able to see it.
you won't be able to see it. Would that be acceptable? Would that be approvable then? Or are we going to add some more conditions next time?
Well, if we're going on the pretext of what's been presented tonight, that they're gonna cut 20 foot of subgrade out, and they're not just gonna start right on top of the ground as is and build 40 feet up.
Yeah.
As long as they're gonna set it in the ground 20 feet. I think that would be acceptable.
Okay, if so you want the berm height to be the height of the roof,
Our height's gonna be.
20 feet if they grade down 20 feet.
Gonna be the height of the roof.
Start at the 20 foot of grade, it's gonna start
It's gonna be gradual.
at ground
Yeah.
level at the street. Or.
But if you have that kind of setback, you've got the space to be able to meet that gradual rise of a berm. and
Sure.
the Decline as well.
The floor in the warehouse is gonna be level, it's not gonna be going downhill.
Right. Right.
But
As long as we can't see the roof, I'm good with it.
and Mr. Chrisman, I know you're talking about them coming back, but I think the intent is to keep going linear and move forward.
Sure,
So
sure, but
I'm not sure you would see another plan. I think you would say this plan with these conditions, and then that's the design, basically.
okay,
And then if we tweak it, if we find something tweaks or needs to come back, then we bring it back.
Appropriate to ask the Oakville folks, anything else we could do besides that building.
I think that the public comment section if we ask that at this time, we'd have to.
And they'll have the opportunity to speak at city council as well.
Okay,
Be done, ask the city council.
okay. The berm, it'd be trees.
And landscape.
The landscape,
landscaping.
the berm plan in here now shows shrubs, understory trees, evergreens, and high canopy trees.
That'll all change with type A.
What, could you go through what the type A setback plan is? There's
Maximum 75 feet, and I think the minimum is 40 feet with an average of 50 feet in width.
this is,
Doesn't say anything about height.
no, it's.
Oh, it's gonna be landscaping from
it-
top to bottom.
You'll be looking up the hill in the woods.
I think we need to,
One of the things we're having on the conditions we're adding to it is the left in and right out on Governor Scott Road. So it's up to DOT to put signage saying, low tonnage, all that kind of stuff. But we can't stop the traffic from Amazon that goes up Cherry Lane and turns right, or goes up Governor Scott, or can't stop any truck traffic that goes up Governor Scott and turns right or left, except out of the one we're looking at now. Yes, ma'am. Is that okay? Excuse me.
I think, my earlier suggestion was intended to kind of just clarify, I think what you guys had said. I didn't want to reopen sort of a design charrette here, so in lieu of that, I think we respectfully would just ask to vote as presented. we're fine to stand on the plan as presented, and let that go forward, however y'all decide is
Okay.
best. Thank you.
That solves that problem. Okay, I'll make a motion, we reject the plan as presented.
I'll second the motion to deny.
All in favor? Any opposed?
I would have made the motion to approve the plan with the conditions listed.
That's fixing to start right now.
To save time on that property, I'll make the motion, we reject that property as presented.
I will give them the opportunity to, we gotta have the public hearing.
Okay, excuse me.
I'm gonna open up the
Delay my
public hearing
last.
on the, Justin, on the last partial.
And then I'll make my motion.
No, go ahead, Justin, open it up. I mean, read out the last partial.
What's that?
The last partial that pertains to this on the other side of the road.
The small one?
No, the 400. I think it's
The
400
east,
square
the east
feet.
unit.
The east unit, the east property.
Each
Yeah,
property.
it's 400 square feet, I believe. Isn't it? Yeah.
That partial.
Nothing's changed. It's still a 400,000 square foot building.
Right.
The only difference is that they've added the berms.
Mhm.
And
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair, but I kind of spoke in unison on both of them, so we're good without further comment. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I guess I recognize your concerns from the first partial. I don't think there'll be any need to discuss it any further. You're welcome to come up if you want, but I think we can move right along. Entertain a motion on the second. I'll close the public hearing. And I'm gonna entertain a motion on the second partial here. Without any discussion.
I've made every motion so far, so I'll let you
Go ahead, Mr. Crispin.
Mr. Crispin, I did make one.
Oh, okay, I'm
Right,
sorry.
that's
I'm
right.
sorry.
Okay. Clarification. Just to help you out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Would somebody else like to?
I'll make a motion that we deny the request for approval of the second partial here. I don't have the G pen. Let me get it out. G pen 8893796670. Is that the correct one?
this one's 889-490-6303.
Okay. And I'll make a motion that we deny the request. I got a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I got,
We all second it.
Yeah.
I did not.
I give it to Michael.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I have no further business.
I would like to say one thing. Well, I'll wait for the comments from the board. I'll take it back. Never mind. I'll do that later.
Go ahead and say it. Let's get going.
The importance of municipal elections. I know a lot of this is ETJ stuff. You can't vote municipally. The presidential election gets all the votes, but all government's local. So city council, local county commissioners, they have more control of your life than the president does, or and your representative. They're going to answer to the lobbyist. So the only people you have control over are the county commissioners and the city council. So make sure that you either vote or urge your neighbors to vote, because that's where the decisions are made. We are volunteers. We don't get paid for any of this stuff. We were appointed. I mean, we're just an advisory board. All I gotta say about that.
You got anything further?
No, I'm done.
What's the public comment?
And I'm gonna ask for anybody else have any public comments? There was non-agenda items. Mr. Bonner.
Mr. Chairman, I have frequently written on this subject on the editorial page, but I just think that the confluence of these comments tonight brings it to the fore. The difficulty for the people who live in Oldfields in this specific incidents is that the so-called 2035 plan, which the city touts as its future development strategy, is largely developed without public input. There's a lot of rhetoric that there's public input, but in fact, as you've heard from a number of speakers tonight, most people didn't know about it. Most people didn't go to any meeting, and the city does not notify the residents that they're planning to change the future plan across the street. This, in my judgment, is a major oversight. I have repeatedly urged that the city, when they're considering these plans, should formally notify the residents when there's a change either to their own property or property close at hand. These people are here tonight because they got the notification about the zoning per se. The zoning state law requires you to notify the people within a certain radius of a new project. But unfortunately, so far, the state law does not require you to give notice about your land use plans. And this, in my opinion, and a number of occasions has come back to bite the residents who live near, who didn't have any idea that major changes were being recommended for their neighborhoods.
And I
Thank you,
could
Mr.
not
Bonner.
agree with Mr. Boney more.
I certainly.
I'm sorry, you what?
I said I could not agree with you more.
Mr. Bonner, that's been one of my things for many years that I've sit on this board is notification.
Yes.
And previous planners have said, well, we've met the statutory requirement. We've met the statutory requirements.
It's not enough.
It's not enough. And I've said that all along. And, I don't know if it's something that needs to be addressed internally in a ordinance being developed that gives a perimeter. Adjoining property is not enough in my book. Maybe a mile radius, but then you start looking at, well, we got to mail out 3,000 pieces of mail and it's 3,000 stamps. That's what I've heard in the past. It shouldn't make any difference to the cost. These are taxpayers. These are people who live and serve and vote for people in this town and live in this town for a reason. They want to be here. And so a little bit of mail that has to go out and a little bit of cost, should never be a decision that we take into consideration on giving notification. Yes, I've heard we put it on our Facebook page. Yes, I've heard we put it in our water bill. Maybe some of these folks, I don't know if Oldfields has got Graham water, if it's actually Alamance orange water. It's Graham. Okay. But how many times do you look at your water bill? I go online and pay mine online and I don't read the bill. It's $60. I pay my $60 and I move on. So I think we need to come up with a way to give notification that's fair. And, everybody ought to be on a fair and level playing field and not one-sided, not the city side, not the people side. It should be a fair playing field.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just add that while I suggested that the legislature ought to address this statewide as a problem in many municipalities, Graham does have the option to set its own rules. Recently, the city council decided with respect to formal zoning notifications to widen the area that would be notified of a potential zoning change so that more citizens who live close but not next to the affected area will know. I think that same thing could be done by ordinance with the city on the land use plan so that people are notified when there are changes. As I say, in particular, when it's either their property or one close by. There's been an occasion where for some of the developments of the apartments off 54, right at the interstate, where people came forward at a meeting similar to this and said, nobody told me my property was reclassified to future multifamily. Nobody ever told me that. And I think that's a major oversight that causes long meetings for y'all and for the city council and unfairness to the citizens.
Thank you. Justin, just a little direction from,
Can I say something now at last?
Who are you?
Oh, Mr. Boney and the people who are out here, I don't mean to speak for the city council by any means. I do get the impression that they are much more interested in transparency and in looking out for the citizenry of Graham. And I do laud them on that. Again, I don't mean to speak for them, but I think you'll find that your suggestions are welcome. Your observations, your comments, anything you have to say to them. I would encourage you to avail yourself of the opportunity.
Justin, some direction from the planning board. Would you compile some text and present us with a something to discuss into next month's meeting about notification and developing an ordinance for notification? And not so much as to vote on it next month, but to have a discussion and tweak it and potentially add or take away.
Yeah, if it's not gonna be an actionable item, just for discussion only, I think we could do that.
But how do you generate interest other than have a crisis at hand before interest is generated?
That was one of the discussions I was gonna have when we have our discussion. Before we take any action, I want to notify citywide. But that's something that we'd probably have to have some approval from staff or the council to authorize that.
There'll be a lot of staff time involved, and we don't have an administrative person in our department, so city council will have to consider that among other things.
But we could figure out a way, if it's TV commercial, radio commercial, or something basic, that we could get this out here, because I really don't think it's fair.
No, I agree. Typically, what we would do is probably a full page ad in the paper, which would capture, well, I know that'd be great for you, but to capture, a certain audience, then word of mouth tends to travel from there. You've got the social media, and then, we hold, with the future land use plan, we plan to hold various meetings around town. And so maybe we can notify within that radius of those meetings, and that way we can try to generate participation.
Okay, you just said with future land use plans, we plan to hold meetings, so regional meetings. I mean, how are these future meetings that we want to hold, how are they going to be publicized, advertised?
That's what we're just discussing. So
Okay.
it's something we'll have to
Okay.
discuss and figure it out. But the hope is that everybody in the city, or 90% of the city, would be aware of what we're doing and would have the opportunity to participate. Because the more participation you get, the better your plans end up being for everybody.
Okay.
Anything further? I'll make a motion. We adjourn.
A second.
All in favor? Aye.
Who are we getting it to?
Oh, my God.